Thanks to all of you who made the time to attend town meeting. This is Westford's 297th town meeting. And in this 250th year of our country's democracy, I just want to take a moment for a tiny bit of history. In 1774 and 1775, Massachusetts town meetings served as places where great ideas about liberty and freedom were debated. Town meetings were a forum for building the political consensus needed for the colonies to separate from the crown. In 1774, the British passed the Massachusetts Government Act, which banned town meetings. This was seen as a direct assault on liberty. In response, many towns barricaded their doors against British soldiers in order to continue their town meetings, often listing and voting on the grievances that were later recorded in the Declaration of Independence. These early meetings served as a place where neighbors debated and deliberated until a common will was reached, just as we do today. At this meeting, we'll be voting on our annual budget, various capital expenditures, a number of Community Preservation Act projects, and a citizen's petition, among other things. Your vote on each one of these articles carries more weight than it does in any other political setting, and the same is true of your voice. Please feel free to ask questions or make comments during the course of our deliberations. If you have a thought or a concern, others in the room probably do as well. Now please direct your attention to the screen as I explain how the meeting will proceed and what we need to accomplish today. What is town meeting? You, the voters, are town meeting, which is the legislative body of the town. Town meeting passes our local laws and decides how to spend our money. We do this by discussing and voting on each article in the town meeting warrant. The warrant is a list of the articles we will discuss and is published well in advance of the meeting. It's our agenda for today. Each article in the warrant asks a yes or no question. As an article comes up, I'll summarize the motion proposed as a possible answer, which the meeting will eventually vote to either accept or reject. Once a motion is seconded, discussion begins, and when discussion ends, we vote. The full text of all motions and the recommendations of the relevant boards will be shown on the screen and is also in this purple motions booklet, which you can get at the back of the room. It was supposed to be fuchsia, farewell fuchsia, which is why I wore this color today, but purple is what we got, so we'll work with it. During debate, any voter may propose an amendment to the motion. Simple amendments can be made verbally. All other amendments must be presented in writing after being stated at the microphone. There's a form for this on the table in the back, and a staff person, the forms are also over here with the staff person, available to assist you. Nicole, can you just stand up and wave your hand so people know who you are? There she is. All amendments must be within the scope of the original warrant article. Anyone registered to vote in Westford can participate in town meeting. Non-voters must sit in room 101 where the meeting is broadcast live. They cannot vote and may only speak on the issues if they're given specific permission by the meeting. If you wish to speak or ask questions, approach the microphone and wait to be recognized by me. Do not call out from your seat or anyone else on the floor unless you're raising a point of order questioning the manner in which the meeting is being run. Once recognized, state your full name and address, speak only to the motion being discussed, and don't repeat points that have already been made. If you've previously spoken, please let others who have not speak first. Presenters explaining motions to the meeting have up to 6 minutes to do so. Speakers from the floor have up to 2 minutes to comment or ask questions. In both instances, I will tell you when your time runs out. I will definitely tell you when your time runs out. Questions and comments must be directed to me. There should be no dialogue between speakers, no personal references or attacks on individuals. I can't force you to speak politely, but rude and disrespectful speech often has the unintended effect of causing voters to disregard the opinion of the speaker. If you wish to end debate and call for a vote after being recognized, you should simply say, "I wish to move the question," or something like that. That motion is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. You may not address the meeting and then finish your comments with a motion to end discussion by moving the question. A motion to move the question must be the only thing a speaker says on that trip to the microphone. Votes will generally be counted using clickers. Sometimes, for expediency, I will take a voice vote. I'll announce the results once they're in. During voting and while votes are being tabulated, please remain seated. Our meeting mentors are in the audience at the 2 red flags. Can you please stand, meeting mentors? These folks are available to answer your questions if you don't want to approach the microphone to ask them, primarily procedural questions. Please make use of this valuable resource. When you checked in, you were given a voting clicker like this one. If you're a registered voter and you don't have a clicker, please return to the teller's desks outside in the hall and they'll square you away. Your clicker only works in this room. Keep your clicker with you at all times while at the meeting. Do not give your clicker to anyone else to hold, and do not agree to hold anyone else's clicker for them. Just like being at the airport, only less waiting. When you leave the meeting, be sure to turn your clickers in at the return boxes by the door. It costs money to replace every one we lose, so we really need them all to be returned. If you find you've accidentally taken a clicker home, please bring it to the town clerk's office as soon as you can after the meeting. There's no fine or penalty for being absent-minded. We just want them back. To vote using your clicker, you must wait until I say voting is open. After you hear me say those words, either press the green 1A button to vote yes or the red 2B button to vote no, and look for the OK in the LED screen. None of the other buttons on your clicker work. If you wish to change your vote at any time while the vote is still open, simply press the other button and the system will record your new vote. This option is available as long as the voting remains open. Once I say voting is closed, your vote is permanently registered and you may no longer change it. Your clicker will only register the last vote you send for each motion. There's no way to vote twice. Okay, before we start, I have 2 housekeeping motions. First, again, we're working from the purple motions booklet, which lists the full text of the motions we're discussing and which will also be displayed up on the screen behind me. To allow me to summarize and simplify each motion, may I have a motion to accept the official wording as printed in the motions booklet for each motion? Is there a second? This being a routine article, we'll just take a voice vote. See if we can do it that way. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Second, non-voters may not address the meeting without your permission. I'll ask now that town meeting allow speaking participation by town employees and town-hired consultants like town council or a town manager who will be participating in our discussion by virtue of their positions. May I have a motion to allow those individuals to address the meeting? Is there a second? Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote, so it gives us an opportunity to check out our clickers. When I say voting is open, if you want to vote yes on this motion, you'll press the green 1A button. If you want to vote no, you'll press the red 2B button. Voting is now open. The motion passes. The vote is 261 yes to 26 no. Finally, I want to emphasize that every relevant question or comment is welcome. Please feel free to ask about the facts of any article or the particulars of any process. And with that, please turn to page 3 of your purple motions booklet so we can begin. All right. We're now at the consent agenda, which consists of Articles 1, 3, 4, 7, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. The full text of these articles appears in your motions booklet. These articles involve simple, routine, non-controversial, or housekeeping items which don't usually engender discussion or debate. To save time, we can vote on these motions all at once instead of voting on each article separately. However, if anyone has a question or a concern about any of these articles, I'll pull that item out and put it back in its original spot on our agenda so you can question or comment, so your question or comment can be heard. Is there a second to the consent agenda? As I read through the consent agenda items, please say "hold" loudly from your seat if you have a question or concern on any particular one. These are the 10 proposed consent agenda items. Again, please say "hold" for any item for which you'd like further discussion. Under Article 1, I have a motion to accept town reports. These are the reports of the boards and committees describing their actions in the last fiscal year as printed in the 2026 Annual Town Report book. I have a hold on Article 1. Under Article 3, I have a motion to make our annual appropriations to address perchlorate contamination and remediation from free cash in the amount of $115,000. Under Article 4, I have a motion to make our second annual appropriation to provide funds for future energy improvement projects in town buildings in the amount of $30,000. Under Article 7, I have a motion to rescind authorization to borrow $1,040,000 intended for public safety digital radios, which is no longer needed, that project having been funded by ARPA money. Okay? I have a hold on Article 7. Under Article 12, I have a motion to establish the annual spending limits on town revolving funds. Under Article 14, the motion is to appropriate State Chapter 90 funds for roadway maintenance and snow removal. Sorry? Oh. Was there a hold on Article 14? No. Okay. Under Article 15, the motion is to transfer $44,806 from the Water Enterprise Other Post-Employment Stabilization Fund to the Water Enterprise expenses to pay retiree benefits. Under Article 16, I have a motion which would authorize the Select Board to accept easements for sidewalk, drainage, utility, trail access, and other public purposes. Under Article 17, the motion is to authorize the Select Board to acquire and accept easements for the Boutwell Brook Culvert Replacement Project. Under Article 18, I have a motion to dismiss Article 18. All right, so I have holds on Article 1 and Article 7. Did I miss anything? Okay, so the consent agenda now consists of Articles 3, 4, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Let's see if we can do that with a voice vote. All in favor of the consent agenda as I just read it, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. It's unanimous. Okay, since the next article is Article 1, would the person who has the hold on Article 1 please stand and come to the microphone? This is our moderator emeritus, Ellen Hardy. Up. Your microphone, Ellen, your microphone's not on.
I know. Is that close?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Ellen Hardy, 39 Main Street, and a member of the nonprofit, the Drew Farmhouse, Inc. Board of Directors. Article 1 is on the warrant for every annual town meeting to accept reports of town officers, boards, and committees. These reports are included in the annual town report, and in this book, as voters, we can find out how the money we've appropriated at previous town meetings was spent. The report from the Community Preservation Committee tells us what money was voted. It does not tell us how the money was spent. I want you to understand how the $1.45 million in CPC money that you voted at the fall town meeting in 2023 was spent, and that these notes please included in the 2026 annual town report. The appropriation you voted was used to create 5 affordable apartments inside the former Coldwell Banker office building at 70 Boston Road, known as the Drew Farmhouse, and to preserve the historical integrity of this iconic 1860s building. The month after the 2023 Fall Town Meeting, our Board of Directors finalized our purchase of that building, not with any town funds, but with a loan from Enterprise Bank and donations from residents and friends. 6 weeks later, in January 2024, our contractor, Steve Gauthier of Westford, began the renovation to make 5 affordable apartments. The CPC money is not a grant. The money was never given to the Drew Farmhouse, Inc. It is a reimbursement program. So every 2 weeks throughout 2024, Gauthier Construction submitted the expenses for he and his subcontractors to the Westford Town Accountant at Town Hall. The company was reimbursed by the town for those expenses using the CPC money that you voted. The project was done on budget in 18 months, and the apartments are wonderful. The first 4 renters moved in May 25, and the 5th moved in August. Thanks to you for supporting affordable housing and historic preservation in Westford.
Thank you, Ellen. Are there any other questions on Article 1? Seeing none, we'll take the vote. Let's try and do a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Will the person who had the hold on we'll do Article 7 when we get to that in the regular course of things. So at this point, we'll hear from Town Manager Kristen Loss with our State of the Town report.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming early on a Saturday morning to participate in our town meeting. Steve Wirch, one of our IT directors, is just bringing up the presentation, but in the interest of time, I will get started because I know we have a long day ahead of us. So it's traditional for the town manager to give a state of the town so that town meeting members and residents understand the accomplishments that we've made over the past year and the challenges that we see moving ahead, as well as some bright lights that we see moving ahead as well. All right, so today I'd like to go through that and then end with some thank yous as well. My presentation is structured around our strategic plan that was adopted by the Select Board in February of 2025, where we have 7 outcome areas. We've shown over the past year that we are a responsive and responsible town government. We've secured over $2.2 million in grants and $581,000 in National Grid rebates. We've successfully filled 3 department head positions that were following retirements of long-tenured employees. We've prepared and have executed staff training, including crisis communication, emergency management table talk exercises, and communications outreach. And we've also received an earmark for over $1 million for our PFAS water treatment plant that's currently underway. We also show that we have a multi-department response for our emergencies, as you can see in the top photos on Grove Street, where we had a massive water main break in November. We've launched a free lockbox payment system to foster processing for our Treasurer Collector's Office and staff efficiency. We've done a facilities assessment that is now completed and lays the groundwork for our long-term capital plan for build-out. We also see that the Boston Road project is well underway and that we've had the state contribute over $15 million for that project. I want to take a minute to show how we're caring and engaged. We have over 650 volunteers on over 50 boards, And we're really looking forward to people joining our 300th anniversary committee, as the moderator alluded to. We'll be celebrating that birthday shortly. Our communications outreach has expanded, and we hope you've taken advantage of that. We've had staff presence at our community events, including Monster Mash, flu clinics, and veterans outreach, among many more. And we've had our bike patrol and our police division expansion, including the Stony Brook Conservation Land. We've continued to develop diverse and attainable housing through our partners. We were one of the first municipalities to receive the MBTA Catalyst funding for the McMod pedestrian safety study, over $300,000 from the state. And we recently adopted at the last town meeting our accessory dwelling unit bylaw. We also have several housing projects that have been permitted or under construction that are shown on the screen today. Through work of our residents and businesses, we're showing that we have intentional and appropriate economic growth. We're estimating over $850,000 of new growth in the fiscal 27 budget. We have a strong development pipeline with projects in planning, permitting, and construction. And recent zoning updates streamline permitting and support our economic development opportunities. We also have a strong involvement through our Economic Development Committee, our town management, and coordination with 495 Metro West Partnership and Middlesex 3. We continue to be strong in receiving state grants to fund our economic development through the Route 40 Corridor Study, the Powers Road Design, and the Littleton Road Widening Design Project, which you'll hear a little bit more about this morning. We also have some key projects that are underway and planned that you can see on the screen. We value quality educational opportunities. Through previous town meeting, you have funded, and MSBA has now approved the Robinson School Feasibility Study. There's information in the back. Please come to those forums that are going to be held this spring. Through Neshoba Valley Technical High School, we partner with students, other partnerships with the Council on Aging and DPW, and they offer adult education. We also have many successes in the Westford Public Schools, including our robotics team going to Texas for nationals in a few weeks. We have many sports accomplishments. We have the Tony Memel and Abbott students composing a song, We Are School Spirit, which you'll see in the bottom left-hand photo. We've developed a stronger partnership with the Road and Bush Community Center. Our library is under expansion and under budget at this point in time. And as you'll see in the top photograph, our Police Youth Academy continues to be strong. We offer opportunities for recreation and preservation and open space. We received a $50,000 grant this year to update our open space and recreation plan. Our recreation programs are growing. Our senior billiards team won an award, which I'll show you on the next slide. We were able to reconstruct the Jack Walsh courts, and hopefully many of you will be able to use those this spring and into the year. And our land use team is well underway with the Neshoba Greenway Planning Project that, again, is $124,000 of a state grant. We've shown commitment to environmental sustainability and climate action. There's been over $3.4 million invested in projects. We've had less than $100,000 in upfront taxpayer costs, and we're estimating $180,000 in savings during a 4-year repayment process. We've also received $198,000 through a state grant for the heat pump at the Blanchard Wastewater Treatment Plant that we were just able to advertise this week. We're also going to be underway this spring with the Blanchard Middle School solar panel project that you voted for at last town meeting. With those accomplishments, I do want to recognize that we do have challenges going into the fiscal 27 budget that you'll be voting upon today. That budget goes into effect on July 1st of this year. Our core financial challenges are that costs are rising faster than projected revenue growth under Proposition 2.5. Our fiscal 26 and 27 budgets rely on planned use of one-time funds to maintain key services. We are managing townwide financial and operational needs. We're addressing facility maintenance and long-term capital planning. We're supporting continued economic development efforts. We're investing in technology to improve our efficiency and resident experience. And we're partnering with the Westford Public Schools as they manage ongoing budget pressures as well. In addition, we've seen that staff professional development has been cut to an absolute minimum, and we're looking to restore that in this budget. We need to keep up with competitive labor costs. We see a rising energy and utility costs, as you may as well. We see the need for staff support for solid waste and recycling programs, energy management, and other efficiency efforts. Our new growth requires additional building inspection hours. Our health insurance expenses and rising Medicaid costs are on the table. We have our Middlesex retirement liability. We have our OPEB funding that we need to maintain to preserve our AAA bond rating to get the best interest on our borrowing. And we do see that we have had deferred maintenance across our properties and facilities that we do need to address. Specifically related to education, the Westford Public Schools has created the non-general fund guidebook. They continue a strategic drawdown of those revolving fund reserves that will reach the targeted balances and be unavailable in fiscal 28. The reductions in technology subscriptions and compensation reserve were required to balance the budget this year. And to address testing and consultation demands, funds were reallocated to support hiring a school psychologist. Related to the Neshoba Valley Technical High School, we saw an over 7.3% increase. There's 3 additional Westford students, and the overall general fund budget has increased by 4.8%. You'll see in the Finance Committee report that we have our fiscal 27 budget here, and I just wanted to outline it in a pie chart as it might be easier for people to see that. And this is on our website as well. You'll see QR codes around the room that will bring you to our website with all the town meeting materials if you haven't accessed them already. I want to note some highlights in the fiscal 27 budget as you move forward through the warrant and vote today. We're reinstating professional development across departments to support employee growth, recruitment, retention, and innovation. We are funding our wastewater treatment at a higher cost due to renegotiation of that and a need for regulatory oversight and chemical and equipment costs that are increasing. You'll see that we are looking at implementing a hybrid pay-as-you-throw program supported by a new operations analyst position that would be a net positive budget impact of $124,000. We are funding the building department for additional inspection services as we want to retain and recruit and have the availability for these businesses to come in and build and grow and diversify the tax base in Westford. We're also funding the permitting budget to increase our economic development outreach in the same vein. You'll see under Article 9, we're looking to pay off several smaller capital projects, then permanently borrow, so that will free up funds. And we're also looking at under Article 20 to petition to the state to implement digital legal ads that would save the town over $20,000 year over year. I want to just give an update of the status of our collective bargaining contracts from the town and the school side. Through fiscal 28, we have settled 5 contracts. We are in mediation with the Fire Association. Westford Public Schools has settled contracts through the end of this year in Unit A, Unit B, and Unit G. And they have settled contracts for food service workers through fiscal 27 and Unit C and E through fiscal 28. We've talked a lot at town meeting about our health insurance and our health insurance costs. I'm pleased to report that the Health Insurance Trust has been managing these funds very effectively and in your best interest. In March of 2022, when that trust was established, we had just a little over $1 million in that trust fund. Our goal was to have between $5 and $7 million, and we are just over that $5 million mark. However, we still see challenges in terms of health insurance, the rising costs of medical procedures, and the like, so we're monitoring that very carefully. But we're proud to announce that we only had a 2.1% increase in the fiscal 27 budget related to health insurance. So I want to close out with a few congratulations. We are ranked very highly in educational excellence in the town of Westford. You can read the slide there. The photo in the bottom is our Lunar New Year at Westford Academy, where we had many people come and celebrate. I want to congratulate the Cameron Senior Center Mass Senior Travel 8-Ball League Northeast Division champions that happened in November of 2025. Our Westford Fire Department is renowned in the state for paramedics now administering broad-spectrum antibiotics for septic shock patients during transport. Our Westford Police Department is a state-accredited agency, and our Water Department has received multiple Mass Department of Environmental Protection awards for excellence in water quality, compliance, and recognized by the State Senate for our leadership in our PFAS response. I would like to thank our residents, including our boards and committee members who work tirelessly on behalf of the town. Our dedicated staff, thank you all for being here today, and those watching and those who worked in the background, I appreciate you all. And to WCAT and our volunteers who helped run town meeting run so smoothly. Last but not least, I would like to invite Select Board Chair Tom Clay up to give a special thank you.
Probably the most important milestone we're going to pass today is that this is in fact the last town meeting that Angela Harkness will preside over as moderator. Angela, you have worn many hats in support of Westford. You served on the school committee, supporting the education of our children. You've co-chaired the first master plan committee, helping us chart the course for the town. And then you stayed on to serve on the master plan implementation committee, because for Angela, it's never enough to just plan. She's a doer. You've served on the Permanent Town Building Committee, helping to steward the public spaces and infrastructure we all share.
2 minutes is up.
Oh, you may have to check your watch, Madam Moderator. Something that doesn't appear on her resume is her tireless work encouraging people to join in the civic life of the town of Westford. I know of that because she tapped me or gave me a little bit of a shove sometime in the past and said, you may want to think about giving more time to this amazing town that we're a part of. She is behind a whole generation of civic participants who got their start because Angela Harkness thought of them and believed in them. And of course, she's presided over this very meeting with grace, patience, and just the right touch of authority or firmness, keeping the democratic process in Westford humming. Today marks the last time you will stand at this podium for a moderator, and we are filled with overwhelming gratitude, Angela. On behalf of all the Westford residents, we say thank you, and the town is better because of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, sit down. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really been my honor. Okay. We'll now move on to Article 2, which requests that you approve supplemental budget appropriations for fiscal 2026. A word about supplemental appropriations. Our operating budget is set once per year and is often based on estimates for expenses and revenue. Supplemental appropriations and budget transfers allow us to adjust expense budgets for a variety of reasons, including unanticipated expenses like severe weather or emergency repairs, new mandates, contract adjustments, or updated pricing. The supplemental appropriations requested in this article are separated into distinct categories depending on what accounts the funds are coming from, and so there are 4 different motions under Article 2. Each of them requires a simple majority to pass. The first motion under Article 2 asks you to appropriate $990,000 from existing free cash to supplement the following fiscal 2026 operating budgets: snow and ice, $725,000, waste disposal services expenses, $150,000, and risk management, $290,000. Is there a second to the first motion under Article 2? I can't even find my pen now. I'm all boxed. No, I have my pen. Okay, we'll have a presentation on this article from the Town Manager, Kristen Loss.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I will discuss some of the items related to the first motion, where we are looking for supplemental appropriation for snow and ice, our waste disposal services expenses, and risk management. As many of you are aware, we had a winter like no other this year. We've had very mild winters in the past. There is a need to supplement our snow and ice budget, which was originally $400,000, with $725,000 to cover our expenses related to overtime, fuel, salt, equipment for the trucks, and other matters associated with that. There's a request to supplement the waste disposal services expenses by $150,000. As you may have reviewed in the memos and the materials that we submitted in the packet online, the town will implement a pay-as-you-throw program effective July 1st, 2026. To provide the 35-gallon carts to residents and to purchase the initial supply of pay-as-you-throw overflow bags for retail distribution, we're requesting this supplemental appropriation. The town will apply and is in the process of applying for a Mass DEP pay-as-you-throw implementation grant in the amount of $246,000, which would fund roughly 70% of the total initial investment. So to ensure that there is no delay in cart delivery for residents and bags available for purchase, the supplemental appropriation would be required. We're doing this for several reasons. One, we'd like to be clear and transparent with our voters for the purpose. Two, the cost of resin and the carts is continuously going up related to other items, and we want to make sure that we are getting the best cost for these totes before they go up. If town meeting does not approve this appropriation today, we are prepared to move forward with other items to try to fund this in our budget, but we are asking for this appropriation today. And the last item in 945, risk management, which is our insurance, we are seeing a huge increase in our Medicaid costs that I alluded to in my previous presentation. So we are looking for that supplemental appropriation as well.
Thank you, Kristen. And before we go to questions and comments, each of these has recommendations from various boards, and I know you can't see that up on the screen right now, so I'm going to let you know that the Select Board recommended passage of this article 5-0. The Finance Committee recommended this article 8-0, except for the $150,000 waste disposal, which the Finance Committee recommended 7-1. Okay? And now we can go to questions and comments. Dennis?
Madam Moderator, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Madam Moderator, my name is Dennis Galvin. I live at 90 Concord Road. I'm a member of the Finance Committee. I'm speaking for myself, and I was the one vote on that 7-1 vote, so nothing new. But anyway, I raised this. I would like to make a motion that we basically delete item 430, which is the $150,000 for the waste disposal expenses, because I believe that the town needs a discussion on that.
Okay, and the reason behind your motion to delete?
Okay, the reason for there's three basic reasons. Number one, it's overly burdensome on larger families, particularly those with children, because it offers a 35-gallon container, which is all right for two people, but when you go beyond that, it's going to require you to pay a $2.75 fee to buy a bag. That is going to accumulate over the time of 1 year about $145 extra cost that some people are going to have to pay over others. Second of all, we have a good system of disposal of our waste now. Once you start to put restrictions and cost on it, you run the risk that people are going to start dumping unlawfully, either in landfills or in commercial or residential dumpsters. So that's the other thing. And the last thing that was kind of interesting and I think should be pointed out here is that this particular issue is being driven by a state policy. And it's being driven, and this is no reflection on Chris or Mike Edwards on this, because they tried to work with the situation they were given the best that they could. But this policy seeks to close all our landfills by 2030, which is going
Dennis,
to
I think you're getting a little off topic there.
Well, I'm just saying, this is going to increase the landfill. You're going to get more of this in the future. And I just simply wanted to say that I think you should reject this and move for a technological solution rather than trying to save the planet on the Westford taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Can you please just head over to Nicole and have her write out the amendment for you? At the center microphone.
Emily Taylor.
Now, I'm sorry, is there a second to the motion to amend?
Seconded.
Okay. We're only talking about the motion to amend now, Emily, so it's just whether or not to eliminate the article, the second the waste disposal services expenses line. Okay, sir.
My name is Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. Pardon me?
Is that microphone on?
Well, you know, I spoke.
You may need to get closer to it.
Hello? Hello?
That's it.
Okay, my name is Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. I am very much in support of this motion that was just put. I think we need to discuss all of the issues associated with the new position that's being proposed, the waste disposal.
That's not this article, Doug. I want to talk about the motion to amend the waste disposal aspect of this article, not other articles.
Why am I supporting this amendment? Let me say the whole sentence, please. Is that there are 3 items in this warrant that are all interrelated, and we should be talking about them all at the same time instead of piecemeal like we presented here in our thing. So I'm in favor of doing this all together. Thank you.
Thank you. At the microphone to my right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Sue Thomas, 7 Old Homestead Road. For those of you who don't know, I've served on the Recycling Commission in many roles over the last decade. 3-4 years as chair, and I've been the sustainability coordinator for 2 years over the last 10. So during that time, I've had a great deal of experience with our waste contracting. And so respectfully, I have to disagree with Dennis that it's not the government driving this, it's industry. We will not get the old bids that we used to get for manual collection on a municipal solid waste contract any longer. The town has already had that experience. Our old vendor, who is what you think of as manual collection, 4 guys, 3 guys, they were all guys in trucks, came around, picked up whatever you left out, were friendly, chatty, didn't abide by a lot of our restrictions, and they were cheap. And they offered wonderful service. You could set the clock by them. Our current vendor is our vendor because they were the least expensive possibility available to us that didn't force us to buy carts at the price of the next bidder, which was almost $1 million. So it's not the state driving it, it's the marketplace. We will only get large vendors offering automatic collection with trucks. The problem some of you have experienced is there's one guy in a truck, and what the vendor wants him to do is come through, use his machine, pick it up, drop it in the back, and drop your thing, and it breaks your barrel sometimes. Because those trucks were not designed for manual collection. But they said they would do manual collection.
Sue, I need you to wrap up.
So the issue here is the market is going to drive what we pay, and this is the cheapest price we're going to get for those toters. If we don't get those toters, we're not going to have curbside trash collection because we won't have a bidder.
Thank you. At the microphone to my left.
Good morning, Madam Moderator. Elisa Nakash in Holsburg, Betty Lane. I believe we heard town moderator, I'm sorry, your town moderator, town manager.
Not for long.
Yes, not for long, there we go. Say that if this didn't pass today, that the town had a contingency to fund it in a different manner. Could we get information on what that is? And unrelated to this, real quick, I had a request for you, if I may, a friendly request. When you say voting is closed, would you consider saying something like 3, 2, 1? Thank you so much.
Yes, you asked me that last time and it worked well. I'm sorry, I didn't remember it, but I will do that. Kristen, do you want to respond to that? Answer the question about what any contingency plan would be if this is not passed.
Sure. So if this is not passed today, we would be asking the Finance Committee for a reserve fund transfer. We currently allocate $100,000 per year in our budget for unanticipated costs and then go to the Finance Committee to request those funds. We do not have the full $100,000 in that account for fiscal 26, and there may be other unforeseen costs that we would need to allocate for. We also could wait until the end of May, early June to see how the other budgets are going throughout the municipality and ask the select board and the finance committee for a budget transfer, which is allowed under state law. However, we would then be at a time where I believe that our costs would already increase and we'd have to ask for more money at that point in time.
Thank you. At the center microphone.
Yes, my name is Mark Tisganot, 5 North Main Street. I rise in support of this amendment. The finance director's memo clearly states that this is startup costs. At the same time, the budget already says that it's including the funding for the carts. We're now hearing that there's a $124,000 position being created for a management person. Our base budget already is funded, or will be funded for this. Most residents also already have existing trash cans that would meet the requirement. So I don't know why we need to buy new, cans for this. We also the costs are immediate, the savings are not guaranteed, and I also propose that we place this after Article 22, which is a motion to not actually do pay-as-you-throw.
Okay, that would be an amendment if you want to postpone this article to a later time in the meeting. Can we work on this amendment first, or did you want to go forward with your amendment in the middle of this?
Could
I ask you to hold on until we work on this amendment?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Heather.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle. At one point, I will be honest, I was in favor as pay-as-you-throw. What has changed for me is that the town has pursued a very expensive option. Between this $150 and the grant, you're spending almost $400,000 in startup costs for barrels and trash bags. With the change in the new vendor, our tonnage drastically decreased, so I'd like to see how that plays out before we invest in this. I've heard a lot about the need for uniform barrels, but I ironically drove through Chelmsford yesterday. They have Harvey, they don't have uniform barrels. And then one thing I wanted to ask, because this is in conjunction with the 150, and I don't know if this is outside of the amendment, but with the grant, is that assured, or is there any
I think that's in
possibility
line with the amendment. Can you answer that, Kristen?
Mass DEP has assured us that we would receive the grant if we were to purchase 35-gallon carts.
All right. The chair of the Board of Selectmen wishes to address some of the questions that have been raised.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. So I'm speaking against the amendment, so preserving the 150. Just for a little bit of context, the heart of this issue is really an economic one. The trash expense has grown 5.7% every year for the past 10 years. We're spending $800,000 more on trash than we were a decade ago, and the budget's only grown 3%. So every single year, almost 6% growth in trash, only 3% growth in the budget. That means every year that we do nothing, we're diverting funds from critical services like education and first responders into trash. And over a long period of time, the Select Board has decided that was not acceptable. We asked town staff to look for proven options from our local community partners, our local peer communities, that will help slow the increase in the trash expense and hopefully reduce total trash production. The pay-as-you-throw option is well established in the Commonwealth. There's a lot of data behind it that relates to not seeing a lot of increased dumping, actually seeing a reduction of trash entering the trash flow, which is a double win for us. So I encourage you to maintain support, to vote against this amendment, because if we don't do anything, we're going to continue to fund trash at the expense of other critical services like education and first responders. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take the two folks who remain at the microphone, and then we'll move to a vote.
I'm opposed. Can you hear me? Denali Delmar, 2 Abbott Mill Lane. I'm absolutely opposed to this amendment because how can we dismiss it without discussing it? So that's what I have to say. Please, let's discuss this.
Sir, at the microphone to my right.
Angela, excuse me.
Can I take this guy for? I'm sorry, go ahead.
As a meeting mentor, right to the mic. I asked people to please sit down who were standing waiting to talk, but they're in front of the screens. So I asked them to sit down so people could see the screen.
I see. So who was standing there? Vicki, you were standing there? Okay. So I'll take this gentleman. Were you also standing there when I said that? Oh, okay. So we'll take Vicki, these two folks over here, and sir. Okay. To my right.
Patrick Shields, 51 Forest. I just want a quick clarification. I believe most of this amendment is for people who don't want the pay-as-you-throw program implemented. So I just want clarification from the town that if this is voted down, or this amendment passes and we don't add the 150,000, and or if the Article 22 amendment, Article 22 motion or article gets passed to rescind it, whether that actually forces the town to change this.
Well, I'm going to limit it to this article. We'll have to talk about Article 22 when we get there, but can someone answer if this doesn't pass, will pay-as-you-throw still be implemented?
So this problem isn't going to go away, and so we don't think doing nothing is a good strategy. So our intention is to continue to push forward and find other means to fund it, as Kristen described.
To my left.
Vicki Geary, 51 Carlisle Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Westford. The League of Women Voters of Westford strongly support no vote on this amendment. The League at local, state, and national levels has a long history of advocating for the protection of the environment and natural resources. And we base the support of the original appropriation and the negative vote for eliminating this expenditure on the League's policy to promote policies to reduce the generation and promote the reuse and recycling of the solid and hazardous waste. We believe the pay-as-you-throw hybrid does exactly that. The town has been considering the pay-as-you-throw program for years, so this is not new. Over the past years, this discussion has moved from the possibility to a seriously, carefully developed plan. Funding this appropriation is a necessary step towards that implementation. It is a practical, effective, and is designed to promote both our community and our environment for years to come. So we urge you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
At the microphone to my right, and that's going to be it, as I said before.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Point of order is please read the amendment, because I believe people are believing that this is saying we will not do this, as opposed to what I heard was we were going to delay the discussion on this item.
The amendment is that
to
we will...
remove that from there and to put it later.
I'm sorry. I understand your question, and I'll answer it.
Okay.
The amendment is that we eliminate line 430, waste disposal services expenses, $150,000 from this article.
From this article, but
yes.
It was to be put later.
No, that is not the amendment. Dennis, would you confirm, please? Thank you. Can you please sit down? To my right.
Please be polite.
Elizabeth Sawyer, 6 Holly Lane, member of the Recycling Commission. Speaking for myself, am I hearing? Am I
yes, enough? We can hear you.
Louder.
Oh, okay.
Elizabeth Sawyer, Holly Lane, member of the Recycling Commission, speaking for myself, but shaped by my nearly 20 years on the Recycling Commission. One of the things that made me hopeful for this line item here is that we would all see that we would be making an investment in our future, that we would be standardizing on a smaller bin and also experiencing some improvement to our current situation where we have an hybrid anything goes style bin with what the future is, which is automated collection. There is only kicking the can down the road when it comes to bins. We were lucky to shoehorn our current anything goes style of bins into a contract, but we see the implications of having a vendor who's looking for automated. We have missed pickups. We have multiple missed pickups. We have a service problem. Our current trash is not fine, and a piece of it is the bins. And we can either invest in that now or we pay more down the road.
Thank you. The chair of the Finance Committee wishes to address the meeting.
I'm Christina Green, the chair of the Finance Committee. Is that better? Okay. I just wanted to give the Finance Committee's perspective on this. The Finance Committee voted 7-1 to recommend the $150. So therefore, we are not in favor of this amendment. Here's the reality and why we voted that way. Strictly from a financial perspective, trash currently is costing us more, as you heard Tom Clay explain. It's growing at 5.7% annually, whereas the rest of the budget is growing 3%. That's not going to stop. The industry is moving towards standardized carts with automated collection. That is just a fact. We dodged a bullet 2 years ago with our most recent vendor and our contract cycle. That's probably not going to happen again. This is not an expensive plan. This is a practical one. You need to have standardized carts because that is what the vendors are going to require. That is the only way that you can ensure that everybody has the correct cart to be collected automatically. At the same time, landfills and incinerators are not keeping pace with demand. And you can blame the state all you want, but those things aren't going to change anytime soon. So this is the situation that we are in. The Finance Committee believes that this is the most responsible step for us to take going forward to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We're moved to the vote on the amendment now. Please get your clickers ready. If you want to vote yes on the amendment, you'll press, when I say voting is open, you'll press the green 1A button. If you want to vote no on the amendment, you'll press the red 2B button when I say voting is open. No. Yes, what is your point of order? A yes vote on the amendment means we will eliminate the waste disposal services expenses, $150,000 from this article before we vote on it. A no vote means we will leave that line item in there and then we'll go to a vote on the amendment. On the article, on the motion. Yes. Yes, sir. You may make your amendment at that point. Okay. Voting is now open. If you want to vote for the amendment, eliminating the $150,000, you vote yes. If you want to vote against the amendment and leave the $150,000 in, you vote no. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Okay, we're not going to close the voting yet. Did you press it several times? Try again. Give it it's working now? Okay, great. Voting is now closed. The amendment does not pass. The vote is 268 to 130. So now we'll move to voting on the motion itself, the underlying motion, which remains the same as it was. Emily, I'm going to let this gentleman make his motion to amend. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello. Mark Tusinat, 5 North Main Street again. One thing before the motion for the amendment is it was mentioned that we're paying more year by year, but over the past 4 years, your own documentation...
Okay, sir, if you want to make your motion to amend, you've got to do that.
one sec. Over the past 4 years, the tonnage
Does this have to do
reported-
with your motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay, make the motion first,
Okay.
and then I'll allow you to make your statement.
I'd like to postpone the vote on this amendment until after Article 22.
Okay.
And
your reason for it is?
Because Article 22 is a vote on whether or not to actually allow, by the people to allow the pay-as-you-throw program, which will negate that spending, so it should be voted on after that one.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to, this is not a motion to amend, this is a motion to postpone this article until after Article 22? Okay.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to say is, it was mentioned that we're paying more year by year, but over the past 4 years, the tonnage of trash collected by the town has actually decreased 19%.
Okay, see, that doesn't apply to the motion to postpone. And I'll need you to come up here and to the staff person, to Nicole, and she'll help you rewrite the motion out. Okay, yes.
Madam Moderator.
Is this on the motion to postpone?
It is. A friendly suggestion, would we rather consider taking 22 out of order because it might speed up getting this done?
The motion is to move this article.
My statement was a friendly suggestion to him if he wants to consider.
Okay, you can do that privately to him because it's not
I was
really
hoping we might
appropriately on the floor. All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to move this to Article 22? Yes.
Patrick Shields, 51 Forest. I was trying to ask this before, but it wasn't clear. I understand we're not discussing Article 22, but the question, we're not going to discussions of the pros and cons of whether or not to pass Article 22. But the relevant question is whether or not, if we pass Article 22, does that force the town to not implement pay-as-you-throw, which is what I believe is the intention? And that has an effect on this, because if it does, then that makes this motion matter. If it doesn't, then it doesn't affect. Then
I understand your question. Hold on one moment. I'll see if I can get an answer. Town Council Greg Corbo, and I believe if I understand the question correctly, it is what effect Article 22 will have on whether or not the present plan for pay-as-you-throw to go forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you through you, Madam Moderator. Good morning. My name is Greg Corbo, Town Council for the Town of Westford. So Article 22 is a petitioned article to require the Select Board to rescind its pay-as-you-throw program. However, under the Massachusetts general laws, town meeting does not have the authority to dictate to the Select Board how to handle waste management services. That is a function of the Select Board under the general laws, Chapter 44, Section 28C. So if Article 22 were to pass, that would simply be an advisory vote to the Select Board as to how this town meeting feels about pay-as-you-throw, but it would not be binding, and they could still go forward with the pay-as-you-throw program.
Thank you.
Yes, there was. Thank you, Margaret. I need to be kept honest on that. Is there any other discussion on whether or not we should move Article 2 to a place after Article 22? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. If you want to vote for this article, for this motion to move Article 22 to a place move Article 2 to a place after Article 22, you'll vote yes. And if you want it to stay here, you'll vote no. Jim, do you have a point of order? You need to get closer to that microphone. We can't hear you.
Yeah, one point of order. I would like to suggest an amendment to this proposal, that we move Article 22 to right now and incorporate it before this vote.
Well, you can't amend an amendment.
Okay.
No.
I would like to propose Article 22 be voted on immediately?
I think we have to vote on this amendment first.
Okay.
And then if you wish to make that amendment, you can.
Great, thanks.
But you... Yes, sir, can I have your name and address, please?
Alan Andrews, 20 Banbury Drive.
Thank you. And I have a question for Town Council. Please excuse me a moment. All right. Okay, so we're voting now on the amendment, the motion which is on the floor, which is to move Article 2 to a place after Article 22. So, George, did you want to speak to that?
I got lost. I may have nodded off. I thought that what we were voting on next was the paragraph, the motion in Article 2 with the three cost elements. And
This gentleman made another motion in between. He made a motion to move Article 2 to after Article 22.
And it was seconded?
Yes, he did.
And that's what we're voting on?
That's what we're voting on now.
Thank you.
Yes?
Is it all of Article 2 or just motion 1 of Article 2?
Is it what?
I'm sorry, Michelle Martin, 31 Meadow Lane. Is it all of Article 2 or just motion 1 of Article 2?
I'm sorry. Yes, we are talking about motion 1 under Article 2. No. The first motion under Article 2. That's correct. You want the first, second, third, and fourth motions under Article 2 all? Is that what you want to do? Okay. We can be flexible on this if that's not what you want to do. What is your intent?
If we want to change it to just this section of Article 2, then yeah.
It's your motion, so I need to know your intent.
When I originally said it and what we wrote up, it was all of Article 2.
Okay.
But if it's better to just do this part of it.
No, I can't make that decision for you. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this motion is to move the 4 motions under Article 2 all to the place after Article 22. I'm going to make sure we have a second to that because I think that's different than what people understood before. Is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry? Did somebody second? Okay, we have a second. We're just going to move to the vote now. If you want to vote to move all 4 of these motions to after Article 22, which is the last article on the warrant, you'll vote yes. If you do not want to move them, if you want to keep them in the place they are now, you'll vote no. What is your point of order, George? George, you need to give your name too. Your name too, please.
14 Haywood Road. I think the intent of what we're trying to do is to move Article 22, not to move Article 2. No?
This gentleman's motion is to move Article 2 to a place after Article 22. There may be others in the room who want to do what you're saying, but this gentleman made the motion, and his motion is to move it to after Article 22.
All right. So the result of this action, if we were to vote yes on that, is that Article 2 would be the last article at town meeting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Please get your clickers ready. This is a majority vote. Voting is now open. If you want to move the 4 sub-articles under Article 2 to after Article 22, you'll vote yes. If you do not want to move them there and you want to leave them in their place, you'll vote no.
Madam Moderator?
Not until we're finished with the vote, Lynn. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Okay. Voting is closed. The motion does not pass. The vote is 291 no, 111 yes. Lynn.
I think I'm speaking here as a mentor. Could you put that back up on the screen, please? Can you please put that back? We cannot read that. There is no way anybody can read how small that is. So I would appreciate that any other motions that are put up there are put up in large enough type that we can actually read them.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. So, Steve, if there's anything you can do when you're doing the amendments to make them bigger, to magnify them, it would be very helpful. So now we are back to the gentleman in the center.
Alan Andrews, 20 Banbury Drive, would like to move Article 22 to immediately before this vote.
Well, we can't have it immediately before this vote because this motion is already on the floor.
No, before the Article 2.
You can do that? Okay. So we will stop discussion of Article 2 and okay. All right, is there a second to that? Okay, this means we will stop discussing Article 2 and we'll move to the discussion of Article 22. I don't think we need any more discussion of this, do we? Emily, are you okay?
No,
okay.
I have a question. It's fine.
Erica, did you want to speak to the amendment?
I did.
Okay.
I'm just opposed to mixing up the agenda just so that people can go home. I mean, if we're voters, let's stick around, let's have debates, let's talk, let's vote. Let's not just muck it up so that people can go home. I'm just opposed to that.
Yes, sir, at the center microphone.
Hi, my name is Adrian Sutru, 44 Village Road. I have 3 kids at home, and I have a babysitter on book right now. So I would love to go with 22nd if we can, because that's something that impacts us. And yeah, thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments on the, all right, Emily, are you going to speak or not? Because, okay, let Elizabeth in.
Elizabeth Sawyer, Holly Lane. It was my understanding that by the time we got to Article 22, there was going to be at least a town presentation on the strategy around pay-as-you-throw. Or would we go into that article without people having heard the investment in describing this whole approach strategically?
The only presentation we would have if we go to Article 22 now is the presentation made by the petitioner, assuming she is here. So the answer is we would not have those presentations that you're speaking of.
Madam Moderator, may I ask that the town meeting hear what the town had expected to be heard by everyone prior to voting on Article 22?
Thank you for your comment. Kristen?
Good morning. The town has prepared a presentation under Article 11 to change the classification and compensation schedule that would include an operations analyst. That may or may not inform a decision, but there was no presentation planned for pay-as-you-throw.
Center microphone.
Diane Wood, 122 Depot. I think I heard Elizabeth correctly, but I'm not sure. By moving 22 up, don't you disrupt all the people who already made their day plans, planning to come later in the day? You're just, dismissing people who already planned their day to come later on. So
I assume it's a rhetorical question, so I won't look for an answer. But I think we can move to a vote. So if you are in favor of moving Article 22 to this point in time, so that we'll be debating it now, you will vote yes. If you are in favor of leaving Article 22 where it is and coming back to the discussion of Article 2, which we haven't completed yet, you will vote no. Everybody understand what we're voting on? All right. This is a simple majority vote. Ready? We're just getting ready for you. All right, voting is now open. If you want to move Article 22, you'll vote yes. If you want to leave Article 22 where it is, you'll vote no. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. The motion passes 200, the motion fails 200 no to 196 yes. It's democracy, folks. All right, so now let's go to the vote on Article 2. Are you at the microphone for Article 2?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Denali, go ahead.
Thank you. Denali Delmar, 2 Abbott Mill Lane. I've been in town 47 years. When I first moved here, we had a town dump. We had the responsibility, every single family had the responsibility to pack up your trash and take it to the town dump. Some years after that, we started a recycling program. It was not at the same location as the town dump. We had to go there as well. We are now we had to close the town dump, so we had a trash pickup. It was a wonderful, wonderful thing to have, but now people were faced with the situation of not having enough money. Now, I'm really sorry for you people who $2.75 for an extra bag would be a burden. I'll pay it for you. You can come and see me. But for heaven's sake, the town is in trouble. Let's be community-minded. Let's take care of this. I have one question. Is the town required to provide a way to dispose of our trash or not? The town could say, sorry folks, you're on your own, figure it out. Is that correct?
Thank you, Denali. Let's get an answer to that question. Is the town required by law to provide trash collection?
The town is not required by law to provide trash collection.
All right, Emily, I'm going to take one. You will be the last person, and then we'll vote on Article 2.
I'm in favor of this. Emily Teller, 9 Texas Road. But I have an original question from when you read the article. It seemed to me that you did not read. But is this okay? Is that better?
It's on. You need to speak close to the microphone.
I am eating the microphone. Emily Teller, 9 Texas Road. I have a question about the amount that you originally read, Angela, when you read this article. It did not seem to me that you said 1,165,000. I heard something like 900,000. So I just wanted to be clear that the total of these 3 articles does equal $1,165,000. And I am in favor of this.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay.
The correct number is 1,165,000, and you're absolutely right, Emily. I said the wrong number, so my apologies. You'll have a new moderator soon. So. All right, we are now moving to the vote. If you want to vote yes for the first motion under Article 2, which includes these 3 line items, totaling $1,165,000 from free cash, you'll vote yes. And if you don't want it, you'll vote no. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. The motion passes 296 yes to 106 no. Okay, let's move on to the second motion under Article 2, which asks that the town appropriate the sum of $90,000 from recreation retained earnings to supplement the recreation enterprises budget for fiscal 2026. Is there a second to the second motion under Article 2? Are there any questions or comments about this article? Seeing none, we'll move right to the vote. Yep. Steve, do you have? Oh, yeah, there it is at the bottom. That's okay. I didn't see it either. Okay, so if you want to vote yes on this, you'll use your green 1A button. If you want to vote no, the red 2B button. Voting is open. All right, voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The motion passes 331 yes to 55 no. The third motion under Article 2 asks you to appropriate $166,289.88 from free cash and to reallocate $13,710.12 from prior year appropriations for projects which were completed under budget or for which funding is no longer needed. You're being asked to appropriate these funds as follows: $95,000 to supplement the Plain Road Sidewalk Funds project originally approved in 2024, and $85,000 to supplement the Carlisle Road Sidewalk project originally approved in 2020. Is there a second to the third motion under Article 2? Second. All right, we have Dan O'Donnell to make a brief presentation.
Just a real quick explanation on this article. So for motion 3, we're asking to pay off the remaining balances for the Plain Road and Carlisle Road sidewalk projects rather than borrowing for them. After these projects were originally approved, Newport Materials stepped in through their settlement agreement with the town and covered a significant portion of the costs, including materials and labor. As a result, the remaining balances on both projects are now relatively small, under $100,000. Given those low balances, it doesn't make sense to borrow this and issue debt. By paying these off now, we avoid interest and borrowing costs. To do this, we are using the $166,000 change in free cash that Angela mentioned, along with some small residual balances from 2 prior completed capital projects, which have already been permanently borrowed. This allows us to close out those projects, and it cleans up our books too, which, as an add bonus, makes our accounting team very happy. So.
All right, the Select Board recommends this 5-0, and the Finance Committee recommends it 8-0. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, if you're in favor. Yes. Okay, let's try it. If you're in favor, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Excellent suggestion. Did you ever think of running for moderator? I think there's an opening. Okay, the fourth motion under Article 2 asks that the town transfer $248,276.01 from stormwater enterprise retained earnings to supplement the Pond Brook and Blue Brook culvert design project originally approved in 2021. Is there a second to the fourth motion under Article 2? All right, we have Dan O'Donnell right here.
Okay, so this is the same concept as the third motion. We're proposing to pay off the design costs for Pond Brook and Blue Brook culverts. We're funding this using the Stormwater Enterprise retained earnings, which allows us to avoid that borrowing and associated interest and borrowing costs. Looking ahead, our approach will be to fund design work with retained earnings for these culvert projects and then bond the construction phase of those projects. This is a more efficient and cost-effective strategy for managing these types of capital improvements. Thank you.
All right, and again, the Select Board recommends 5-0, and the Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Let's see if our luck holds out. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It is not unanimous, but it's definitely passing. Okay, Articles 3 and 4 were voted in the consent agenda, so we'll now move on to Article 5. Under Article 5, I have a motion that the town appropriate $900,000 to supplement the $1,100,000 originally appropriated in 2022 for HVAC energy conservation and related building improvements at the Cameron Senior Center, and that the town be authorized to raise this amount by borrowing and bonding. Is there a second to the motion under Article 5? Okay, we have a presentation by Assistant Town Manager Mike Edwards and Facilities Director Jeff Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jeff Goodwin's going to speak to the specific project. I will talk a little bit about the financing mechanism. How's that, Emily? Good? Okay, so Jeff Goodwin will speak a little bit about the project. I will talk simply about the financing mechanism. So we are approaching this project as phase 1 of a performance contract with Amoresco. You guys have kind of paid attention to that process over the last several years. We have elected to go this route so that we can get the base performance contract in place and do future projects simply as amendments to that agreement. So it will allow us a great deal of flexibility as we do the next phases of all of this work over the next several years. We did have an approval for $1.1 million on this project at a previous town meeting. We need an additional $900,000 because of some very minor changes in the project scope, but also simply cost increases. We had a massive amount of inflation between here and when it was originally approved. And we have worked with Clean Energy on an appropriate solution that lets us partially electrify this building without going to really the full scope that had been previously proposed. So I'll ask Jeff to speak very briefly about what the project is, then we can answer any questions.
Thanks, Mike. Jeff Goodwin, Director of Facilities. The Cameron Senior Center, for lack of a better term, has been plagued by a failing HVAC system for a number of years. Due to a failing Sanyo VRF, it was a first-generation VRF system that was installed as part of the renovation in 2010. Other parts of the problem are a poorly integrated building controls system. The scope of this project is to replace that failing VRF with a new Mitsubishi VRF system and to fully integrate the building controls of the new system with the existing boiler plant. Part of the issues that we've had in the building over the years is that the two systems have been fighting against each other with two competing controls. So we've actually had instances where we have a heating system running, fighting against an air conditioning system. So we believe that if we can get this project done, it's going to provide better operational efficiency for the Cameron Senior Center.
Thank you, Jeff. And as far as recommendations from the various boards, the Select Board recommends 5-0, the Finance Committee recommends 8-0, the Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0, the Permanent Town Building Committee recommends 5-1, the Clean Energy and Sustainability Committee recommends 6-0, and the Council on Aging Board recommends 6-0. Yes, at the center microphone.
Hello, Erica Cole, Francis Hill
Hello.
Road. Hi. So I'm a big fan of fixing the problem at the Cameron Senior Center. I do have a question about the Amoresco contract. So I was on the CEASC, the Clean Energy and Sustainability Committee, when we got that bid from Amoresco. Honestly, I thought that their bid was unreadable, kind of gobbledygook. I thought I'm worried if we are now, as part of this, committing ourselves to Amoresco in a longer term contract. And I would just like the answer as to whether that's also part of this vote, or is it just for the Cameron Senior Center? Because the Cameron Senior Center really has to get fixed.
Thanks, Erica. So the way we are approaching the performance contract with Amoresco is really trying to do some initial projects that we are ready to go with, and this would be paired with the Blanchard Solar Project as a phase one. So we really will have the opportunity to find out the level of their performance moving forward. Every reference that we have checked, every other project we have seen them do, and this was vetted during the original procurement, we don't have any concerns with using them as our contractor on this work.
Does this commit us to using them for future phases?
No, only if we choose to move forward with those other phases.
Thank you very much.
At my left,
Elisa Nakash and Holzberg again, Betty Lane. I don't know why I haven't asked this before, but if you don't mind just educating us, if this was appropriated in 2022 for 1.1 million, does that sit around and does that earn interest, and is that pulled back into these sums, or is that interest going somewhere else?
We'll have the finance director answer that question. Thank you.
It's an easy answer.
Yeah, sorry. So that 1.1 million was never bonded or borrowed, so we didn't pay any interest or anything. Now we need to supplement before we do bond it.
Okay, thank you.
And at the center microphone.
Megan O'Connell, 44 South Chelmsford Road. I am a member of the Permanent Town Building Committee, but I'm speaking as a resident. I was the one vote against this. And to clarify, I absolutely support, working HVAC system at the Cameron Senior Center. I think it's, very much needed. However, for the size of the building, which is about 14,000 square feet and change, or roughly 6 average single-family houses, the 1.1 million that's already been appropriated seems like it should be sufficient to get, an appropriately working system. So that's why I opposed the 900,000 additional.
Do you want to respond?
I did.
Okay. Yeah. Did you?
Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't hear a question.
Okay. All right. I don't see any further questions or comments, so let's move to the vote. I think we'll do this using our clickers, please. So if you're in favor, when I say the voting is open, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The motion passes 313 yes to 79 no. All right. Under Article 6, I have a motion that the town allow the Select Board and the Board of Assessors to enter into negotiations and finalize an agreement for annual payment in lieu of personal property taxes with regard to solar panels to be installed on the Blanchard School and rented by the town. Is there a second to that motion? We have a presentation by Assistant Town Manager Mike Edwards and Finance Director Dan O'Donnell. Okay, good. Go.
So town meeting has already authorized the select board to enter into a lease for the installation of solar panels at the Blanchard Middle School. In order to move forward with the project, we are now requesting authorization to enter into a pilot agreement, which is a payment in lieu of taxes with the solar developer. Because the solar installation is owned by a third party, it is considered taxable property. The pilot allows us to set a fixed, predictable annual payment to the town rather than having that amount fluctuate each year. Now, importantly, this payment is effectively a pass-through. Any pilot payment will be reflected in the project's financials and offset against the projected savings, estimated at $24,000 annually. So there's no net financial impact to the town by approving this.
Are there any questions or comments? In terms of the boards, the Select Board recommends 5-0, the School Committee recommends 6-0, the Finance Committee 8-0, and Clean Energy and Sustainability 6-0. I think we might do this with a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It's unanimous. I am so proud of you. We're back on schedule. All right. So now we're going to go back to Article 7, which was originally in the consent agenda, but someone had a hold on it. Will the person who had the hold on Article 7, Heather, thank you.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle.
Heather, before you do that, can I just say what the motion is, even though I said it before? So Article 7 is a motion to rescind authorization to borrow $1,040,000 intended for public safety digital radios, which is no longer needed. Now go ahead. We have the second on it.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle. I'm going to vote to rescind this, but my concern is that we have limited funds and we're always making careful decisions on where to spend our money. So I'm curious how this got through all the boards and committees and our town meeting only to now be rescinded. Is there an unusual circumstances or?
We'll have the finance director answer that question.
So the original project, it was paid for through ARPA funds after the board or after town meeting had actually authorized the debt. So the board in January of 2023 then authorized the use of ARPA funds to completely pay for the project, negating us needing to borrow for it. So every few years we'll come back and we'll ask town meeting to rescind some of the debt that we have an issue or it's still outstanding that we don't need. It's just basically cleaning up our books. So like every few years we'll come back and ask for that. So it's more of a housekeeping issue than anything.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll see if we can do this with a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It's unanimous. That's Article 7. All right, we're now at Article 8. Under Article 8, I have a motion that the town accept the provisions of the Massachusetts state law called the Prudent Investor Rule to allow for more flexibility in the investment of trust funds held by the town. Is there a second to the motion under Article 8? We have a presentation by Hannah Moeller, our new treasurer collector, on her first trip to the town meeting microphone here in Westford.
Thank you for that, Madam Moderator. So the article pretty much already says what I needed to explain to you today. The Prudent Investor Act would simply allow us to diversify our funds for only our town-accepted trust funds. Right now, our town OPEB funds are already invested in this manner, and we have seen a great return on those funds. It is very safe because we are able to diversify our funds. So we'd simply like to be able to do that same act with our trust funds. That's about it.
Thank you. And in terms of the boards, the Select Board recommends 5-0, and the Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. That's unanimous. Oh, sorry, that is not unanimous. That's what I meant to say. Thank you. Sometimes I don't hear, so please correct me if I'm wrong. All right, let's move to Article 9. All the funds to be appropriated under Article 9 are to be used for various capital projects. However, Article 9 is divided into 9 separate submotions based on where the funds are coming from. For the first 5 submotions, the funds already exist in various accounts, and each submotion requests that these funds be reallocated to different projects. The 6th, 7th, and 9th submotions are asking you to allow the borrowing of new funds for projects specifically described in those motions. And submotion 8 under Article 9 is to be dismissed. So it's a little complicated, but that's the difference between the first 5 and the last 3. So the first motion under Article 9 proposes allocating $2,457,104 from free cash for particular capital requests. Is there a second for the first motion under Article 9? You can see the list of requests under this motion on page 6 of your motions booklet or up on the screen. I'd like to draw your attention to the 7th item on the list, which is $330,000 for 51 Main Street building stabilization and reuse. Many of you remember that this building has been discussed at town meeting before, and you may be wondering why we're discussing it again. In anticipation of that question, the town has prepared a video providing further information about this project. So we'll watch this video before going through the list, see if there are questions about that or any other project listed. This is not the video yet. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Located next to Town Hall and across from the Town Common, the former Center Fire Station at 51 Main Street sits in the center of our community. Built in 1974, originally as a volunteer fire station, it served Westford residents for many decades until the fire department moved to a new headquarters on Boston Road in 2018. From 2017 to 2023, the town studied what to do with the old Center Fire Station site. It funded design work, held over 100 public meetings, and looked at multiple options, but kept coming back to constructing a new building at 51 Main Street as the best solution. The project went to town meeting in 2023 ready to build, but ultimately was not approved. It has been unoccupied since, and the condition has deteriorated. This is one of the first town buildings visitors see when traveling to Westford. The building has received no further investment, and most utilities have been shut off. Over the years, exposure to weather and lack of maintenance have taken their toll. The roof, siding, and exterior trim have deteriorated and are now allowing water infiltration into the building. As part of the town's facilities assessment and master plan, 51 Main Street was reevaluated along with other town facilities by the town's consultant, Tecton Architects. Tecton's report identified several alternatives to meet the town's long-term space needs, among them both replacement and renovation of 51 Main Street. The determination of the most appropriate options will be influenced by the outcome of the Robinson School building project and is a number of years down the road. However, several options are off the table if this building continues to deteriorate or if it is demolished. Protecting this asset to allow continued and expanded use and preserving our options in the future was identified by Tecton as a high priority project. While the structure itself remains sound, repairs to the building's exterior are needed to prevent further deterioration. Even in its current condition, the building continues to serve several important functions. It provides storage space for police equipment and vehicles, Department of Public Works and Facilities winter equipment, supplies used for town events and veteran ceremonies, and supplies and equipment storage for our animal control officers. Space for animal control has been extremely challenging. The kennel facility has not been in active use since partnering with Chelmsford for our animal holding needs and has deteriorated significantly from years of deferred maintenance. Mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems have all failed, and there is significant water and rot damage. The building is planned for demolition in the summer of 2026 as part of the larger Beacon Street site cleanup. Westford's 2 animal control officers are currently sharing a former small conference room in Town Hall with our community wellness coordinator. Storage needs are accommodated at 51 Main and in some cases in their personal vehicles and homes due to a lack of dedicated space. With calls for service rising each year, this is neither efficient nor sustainable. The proposal before town meeting is a $330,000 appropriation for the 51 Main Street stabilization and reuse project. Of the total project cost,
$48,000 will renovate a portion of the first floor space to create new office space for animal control. All existing storage uses will continue. The remainder will fund exterior stabilization to prevent further degradation of the structure. The facilities department will serve as general contractor, and this project will be done in the most economical way possible. This will dramatically improve the appearance of this highly visible building and preserve options for the future. As noted in the Tecton report, demolition of the structure, given the connection to the existing emergency generator room and the need to relocate the town's fiber optic infrastructure, would cost between $600,000 and $800,000, depending on whether the site was restored to parking or open space and the final level of site restoration desired. This project is not a long-term redevelopment plan and does not commit the town to any future use of the building. This is a project to preserve current uses, provide needed space for animal control, and protect an existing asset to ensure we have options down the road.
All right. I'm now going to read through the list of the projects, and please say hold if you have a question about any one of them. We'll come back and get your question answered, including 51 Main Street. Okay? Everybody with me? From free cash, $2,457,104 as follows. $100,000 for townwide digitization project. I have a hold on that. $50,000 for town computer replacements. I have a hold on that. $383,689 for school computer replacements. $200,000, I have a hold on that. $200,000 for network upgrades. $230,000 to replace the Wi-Fi in the middle schools and Westford Academy. $200,000 to replace the telephone system servers. $330,000 for the 51 Main Street building stabilization and reuse project. $22,000 for the Nabnasset Fire Station generator replacement. $14,000 to replace the sprinkler system dry valve at the Cameron Senior Center. $112,000 for the 28 North Street Department of Public Works fire pump replacement. $72,915 for VHF UFH dual band portable radios. $110,000 for the officer vehicle replacement at the fire department. I have a hold on that. $52,500 for thermal imaging cameras at the fire department. $95,000 for replacement of a plow truck. I have a hold on that. $28,000 for the fire alarm control panel replacement at the Miller School. $37,000 for the fire alarm control panel replacement at the Nabnasset School. $90,000 to purchase and equip a Kubota tractor for the schools. I have a hold on that. And $330,000 to replace a front-end loader at the highway department. I have a hold on that. Okay, let's go back to, before we do that, here are the recommendations. The Select Board recommends 5-0. The Finance Committee recommends 8-0. The Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0. And the Permanent Town Building Committee recommended 2-0, except for, sorry, that's not right. The Capital Planning Committee recommended 10-0, except for the $330,000 for 51 Main Street, which was 8-2. And finally, the Permanent Town Building Committee recommended 6-0. Okay, let's go back to the town-wide digitization project, and will the person who has the hold on that please come up and ask your question or make your comment? Yes, Doug, give us your name again.
Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. This is really more a question is to, okay, $100,000, digitization. Okay, could we explain that with a little bit more clarity as to what's costing $100,000?
Sure, we'll get you an answer to that.
Thank you.
Town Manager Kristen Luss.
Thank you for the question. So many of our town records are in paper format, whether they are permitting documents, accounting documents, plans, other things. So in order to be more space efficient, where many of our paper documents are taking up office space or other space that could be utilized by the residents or employees, we are looking to digitize those records. We're also looking to digitize the records so we can provide our residents or others with documents in a more efficient manner by email or sharing, so they don't have to come to pick up documents at Town Hall, or we don't have to spend the time to scan them. And we also feel that having a digitization record is really an insurance policy. God forbid there's a fire or a flood or something happens in one of our buildings and we only have paper copies of something. This would allow us to have that extra record for our documents.
Is there a follow-up?
I just want to get a little clarity. One, I agree with everything.
Speak.
I agree with everything that Chris is saying about digitization. What is the $100,000 being spent on? Is this an outside firm that is going to come in and do the digitalization, or where are we spending the money specifically?
Okay, thank you.
So in reviewing this article with the Select Board and the Capital Planning Committee, it is our intention to go out to bid to get a professional firm who does this for many municipalities or other organizations. So it is done in a professional manner, it's in concert with our IT security system, and it is in a format that we can all reach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elisa?
Madam Moderator, I put the hold here because it feels to me like there's something missing. And I don't know if software goes in a capital budget or not, but AI isn't coming. It's already here. And I don't see any budgeting for AI tools for our town employees to help them with the work they do every day. I mean, I could think of so many things that the town clerk's office does that would take seconds to do with AI licenses.
So
right?
do you want to make a motion to amend this to a higher number?
What the town's plan is. And, you know, I hate to say it, either we need to adjust some of these numbers or figure out how to pay for it.
All right, let's get an answer to that. Thank you.
So under Article 13, which is our operating budget, there are minimal funds to elevate our AI within the technology budget that would be used in multiple departments. So that is not a capital item, it is within our operating budget. And again, it's very minimal at this point in time because we have so many other budget constraints.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Will the person who has the hold on 50,000, are there any other questions on that? Yes? So this is all one article, so we'll be doing it all together unless somebody makes a motion to sever one part of it, because these are all the same motion. Okay? Is it on that? Is it on? Okay. All right. The person who has a hold on the $50,000 for town computer replacements, can you come to the microphone? Did you hear me? Or was I talking down? Did somebody have a hold on the $50,000 for town computer replacements? Okay. Nathan is very relieved. The person who has the hold on the $383,689 for school computer replacements. Can you please come to the microphone?
Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. Again, this is just a clarity question. It's a lot of money. What computers are needing to be replaced, and how old are the current computers that we are replacing?
That's me.
That's Nathan, our Director of IT, Nathan Gilmet.
Wow.
Nathan Gilmet, Director of Technology for Town and Schools. The question is, what does the roughly $380,000 get us? At time of submission, what we were looking to use the money for were to purchase 28 desktops, 19 laptops, 90 iPads, 19 projectors, 812 Chromebooks. The Chromebooks are by far the vast majority of the cost. Those are given to incoming freshman students as well as to incoming middle school students. As they age out of those schools, they get trickled down for use in the lower levels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Okay, will the person who had the hold on 51 Main Street please approach the microphone? Yes, sir.
My name is John Amato.
Oh, you need to speak closer to the microphone. I'm sorry, that you just have to get right on top of them.
You have to really eat it. My name is John Amato. How's that?
Yep.
88 Chamberlain Road, here in lovely Westford. I have a bunch of questions. The first question is 51 Main Street's the fire station, correct? The old fire station?
That's correct.
It's currently not used.
Okay, I'm not going to, it's not being used, but I'm going to have someone with more authority than me answer.
Cool, thanks.
In response to that, it is being used as storage space currently.
Okay.
Being used as a storage space. And this is the same building that we voted twice that we didn't want to replace. And so now we want to renovate it and put it into use. I'm going to guess the exact same use that you wanted, an office building. The problem, let me finish, please. The problem with an office building is we fill the office building with people, employees. Employees cost money. They require money to live. They require benefits. And the costs that we see in these things usually separate the benefits and the cost for the employee. We voted no twice, and now we're going to vote. You want to vote yes now. So what changed to make us want to put an office building there? Because this price we have, $330,000, isn't going to change anything in that building to make it usable, which means there's probably a study, and the study's going to cost us $300,000, and we're going to probably spend about $4 million to fix it and make it useful and up to code. I think this is just another opportunity to try and, pardon this expression, stuff this building down our throats. We've said no twice. And why don't we just rip it down and plant trees? We could use more plant life downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Mike?
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'll try to hopefully catch all of those there. There is zero plans here to turn this into an office building. The vast majority of the cost is simply to deal with weatherization issues. We have active water leaks in that building. It is an eyesore. We would like to re-site it and re-roof it and deal with water infiltration. $48,000 of the budget is dedicated to doing some very minor interior rehab to put back into service the current dispatch office so that we can put 2 existing animal control officers in that space who are currently working out of their cars and a shared office. So there's zero plans whatsoever to do anything further with that building beyond simply restoring that one space, protecting it from further degradation, and giving us the option to consider what to do with it in the future.
Thank you, Mike. At the center microphone.
Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. My concerns are similar in that we ruled that building unusable for fire department, unsafe for the fire department. And so there were structural issues at the time that we said would need to be done, and it was more cost effective to build the brand new fire station. So those structural issues have not changed. And so if we have structural issues in a building, putting a nice vinyl siding and a nice roof on it doesn't change the structural issues. So I believe in the video there they said it would cost $600,000 or so to rip it down. I also know later on in the agenda here that we have a thing about parking, and which has been a perennial issue up at Town Hall for a long time. So wouldn't it be better to kind of put these things together and remove the building, put parking in that area because it's where it needs to be, and eliminate the cost of heating and maintaining and all that forever with that building? Thank you.
Good question, thank you. In reviewing the previous studies that were done on this and with the work that Tecton has recently done to evaluate the building, we don't have structural concerns with that building. What we have is use concerns with primarily the second floor and accessibility to the second floor. We have no intention of doing anything to the second floor at this point. We are looking to confine any work inside that building really to the exterior to prevent further degradation, and the interior existing space just to convert it to a usable space. Most of the systems in that first floor dispatch area are still functional and can be restored with minimal effort. Regarding the option to tear it down, that certainly is an option. It would cost, as noted, between $600,000 and $800,000. We strongly encourage, and based on the Tecton report, that we delay that decision until we know what's happening with the Robinson project, which really, that's where all of our space need considerations pivot, is what happens with that project and what that does for us in terms of future spaces that we may have. That's many years down the road before we would know that, and then many more years before we'd be able to implement. So this allows us to delay that decision and get some use out of that building and not have that building fall into such disrepair where we have no options but to tear it down.
Thank you, Mike. At the microphone to my left.
Bradley Wood, 72.5 Plain Road. I kind of two questions. The first one, well, they both came from the video. The first is that you alluded to a longer-term plan for the building but didn't elaborate at all in terms of what that term is, how long these repairs will actually last. And the second one is, why is our fiber optics infrastructure to the tune of $800,000 in a building that's leaking and falling down?
Do you want to answer that, Mike?
Yes, in terms of the time frame, so really we would be looking at having an understanding of the direction in probably 2 years when the Robinson process is completed. That lets us know what other available space we may have within the town to consider for town space needs. Anything beyond that, obviously you have construction, you have other work that would be happening. We are probably in the 7-year range before we'd be able to address the town space needs. So what we anticipate is this work really gets us, another 5 to 10 years useful life out of that building. In terms of the IT infrastructure, it's not all resting in there, it passes through. And so we would have to reroute everything and basically do a significant amount of work to keep our existing systems operational, and it's the connection to the generator room that actually is even more problematic. So it adds significant cost to any kind of demo work.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to take the person at the center microphone, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Yeah, thank you. Kathy Creed, 10 Rose Hill Road. Just wondering, once the Robinson project is completed, what kinds of things what's the reason why you want to keep this building going? What kinds of things are you thinking of putting there? Thank you.
Well, again, I can't speak to the outcome of that, but one of the scenarios that was envisioned in some of the pre-planning exercises and during the conversations with Tecton, if there are consolidations of any existing school buildings, we would potentially have Abbott coming online as available square footage. That has some scenarios where it would work very well for town and school administration. The future use of anything at 51 Main really depends on where we are space needs wise and what kind of efficiencies we can gain, what we need as to what we would look at moving over there. But we want to preserve the structure so that we have the opportunity to use it for either renovation or at that time it may be torn down and restored to open space, parking, or a new building. So it preserves the option.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further questions on 51 Main, let's move to the next item. Will the person who has the hold on the officer vehicle replacement at the fire department please come to the microphone? Hi, Doug.
Hi. Maybe I should just stand here. Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. I'm just curious as to exactly what we need a $110,000 vehicle for? What type of vehicle are we talking about? Most trucks that one of us would pick up would be $50,000 to $60,000 for a pickup or SUV. So exactly what is?
We'll get you an answer to that. Matt, you want to introduce?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Matt Svatek, Deputy Fire Chief, here with Chief Dennehy. In answer to your question, the $110,000 as it's listed is for the truck itself and outfitting it. The outfitting includes gear that is carried with it, radios, lighting, most of which I don't believe you have in your personal vehicle, although I could be incorrect about that. But it's additional expense on top of a purchase of a truck. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but doesn't that equipment already exist in the existing vehicle?
So the existing vehicle does have that equipment, most of which would not be able to be recycled if we were planning on abandoning that vehicle. However, that vehicle gets trickled down. We've had 2 vehicles removed from our inventory without replacement, and the vehicle that is being trickled down, so to speak, will fill that void. So there is not available equipment in that vehicle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Will the person who had the hold on the plow truck replacement vehicle for the schools please approach the microphone? Oh, hi, Doug.
I'm back. Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. So this was kind of surprising to me. Isn't most of the plowing done by the DPW? And so why is the school getting, a plow truck and a Kubota tractor?
So we can answer both of those at once. Yep. Great.
Yeah, so DPW is responsible for plowing the roads, and in some cases they help us with some parts of snow removal, but the maintenance fleet themselves are responsible for plowing all school parking lots and roadways in and out of the schools in snowstorms. We have a fleet of 7 vehicles. Most of them are Chevy 25 to 3500s with 8-foot plows on them. Quite frankly, it's a very large area for them to service with that size of a truck. So these vehicles do take quite a beating throughout the year. We have 3 trucks right now that are over 90,000 miles. So this is really, we're trying to get on a cycle of planned replacement of these vehicles so they don't fail and we're stuck without a plowed truck in the winter. So we have 3 of these vehicles in a similar mileage.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And the last item, I believe, is the vehicle replacement for the front-end loader for the DPW. Will the person who had... Oh, okay, withdrawn. Sir, did you have a question about one of these?
Yes, it's about the whole motion for this part of the article. Ross Cass, 23 Monadnock. I was wondering if we could make a motion to sever the 51 Main Street out of the other batch of items.
Okay.
Just so there might be contention on one and not on the others.
Yep, I think your intention is obvious. So we have a motion to take the 51 Main Street project out of this and vote on it separately. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. I don't think we need any further discussion. Does anybody have discussion about the motion to remove this, to sever it and have its own motion? Okay, seeing none. I think we need to use our clickers. If you're in favor of voting separately on 51 Main Street, you'll vote yes. If you want to leave 51 Main Street in with the other projects, you'll vote no. It's a simple majority vote. All right, voting is open. It's okay. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The motion to sever fails, 211 no, 171 yes. So we are now voting on the first motion under Article 9, which includes all of the projects and $2,457,104 coming from free cash. If you want to vote yes on that article, you'll press the green button. No, you'll press the red button. Please get your clickers ready. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. The motion passes 339 yes, 52 no. All right, the second motion under Article 9 requests that the town transfer $540,000 from the Town Hall parking lot project to provide $300,000 for the replacement of a 6-wheel dump truck with plow and $240,000 to replace a wheeled excavator. Is there a second to the second motion under Article 9? Okay, we have a presentation by Town Manager Kristen Loss and Dan O'Donnell, the Finance Director, as well as Laurie Halverson, our Assistant Director of Public Works. I think.
So in the earlier motion, there was a question, and it was true that in March of 2023, there was an article to allocate $540,000 to expand and build a new and expanded parking lot at Town Hall. Through our work with Tecton Architects, who reviewed 9 of our buildings and helped us with a master plan facilities study, we reviewed that option as well. As Mr. Edwards alluded to, at this point in time, we don't have any plans to expand the Town Hall campus. Therefore, we are requesting that town meeting rescind the $540,000 and place it towards the 2 highway vehicles that are requested today. Once we get further along with space planning and allocation for town buildings, we may be back before town meeting to request additional funds. But at this point, this is a transfer.
Okay, are there any questions or comments on that motion? At the microphone to my left. You got to speak real close to it, Rose.
No, it's not on.
Oh, is it off?
Button, right?
There's a switch on the side.
Rose O'Donnell, 8 Sassafras Road. I've been waiting for more parking in the center for a long time. And I thought when we did the deal for the house that we bought with the land in the back that was going to be parking, I think we should stick with that plan because it has more lasting effect than a couple of vehicles, and I've been waiting for it for a long time. That's all.
Thank you, Rose. At the center microphone.
Elizabeth Almeida, 41 West Street. My question about the change in parking is how the library expansion fits into this, because we know we struggle with parking in the center of town, and so that expanded parking lot attached to Town Hall was going to, we knew that was part of the big plan for parking when we need more parking over at the library. So is there a change in plan of parking at the library that we don't need this expansion at this time?
We'll get an answer to that.
There is no change of plan of parking at the library. The library project went through the planning board site plan review process, and they adequately meet their parking requirements per our law. We can understand that there may be some sentiment that more parking is needed. We know that when we have certain events that is needed. Also, in reviewing this matter with the engineering department, who ultimately would design the parking lot, which they've done conceptual designs, we don't even feel that $540,000 is enough to build that parking lot as it was designed at. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Sir, at the microphone to my right.
Good morning, Michael Bestian, 7 Adams Lane. I think I just thought of the answer to this question, but I'll go ahead. I don't know what a wheeled excavator is. I know what tracked excavators are. Is that a backhoe?
I'm sorry. Could you
Can
ask
anyone answer that? What a wheeled excavator is?
Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's Lori Halverson.
Hi, Lori Halverson, Assistant DPW Director. A wheeled excavator is just that. It's what you envision on tracks, but it has wheels, and we drive it down the road.
Thank you.
All right, and just so we know, this motion, the Select Board recommends passage 5-0, the Finance Committee recommends 8-0, and the Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0. Let's get your clickers ready. If you want to vote yes, press the green 1A button. If you want to vote no, press the red 2B button. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. The motion passes 319 yes to 62 no. All right, the third motion under Article 9 asks you to appropriate $22,500 from the Ambulance Enterprise Fund for thermal imaging cameras. Is there a second to the third motion under Article 9? Are there any comments or questions about this article? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Let's try and do this one with a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. That's unanimous. The fourth motion under Article 9 asks that the town appropriate $1,313,237 with $937,752.96 of that coming from the Water Enterprise Fund and the remaining $339,484.04 to be transferred from the following prior capital appropriations: Kersey Circle, Douglas Road, and Anderson Lane Water Main Project, $37,166.44. Prospect Hill Water Tank Replacement Project, $274,383.48. Town Farm Road Water Tank Rehabilitation Project, $25,908.53. Oak Hill Road, Plain Road, and Moore Road Infrastructure Project, $2,025.59. These funds would be used to provide for the following capital requests: $151,000 for equipment, for backhoe equipment replacement for the water department, $1 million to repair or replacement of high head and backwash pumps at the Forge Village Road and Nutting Road water treatment plants, $125,000 for replacement of the Nutting Road treatment plant dehumidifiers, and $37,237 for installation of a third remote meter reading collector. Is there a second to the fourth motion under Article 9? Any questions about this article or comments? Seeing none, let's try a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It's not unanimous. I think you're just testing me. All right. For the fifth motion under Article 9, the motion is to appropriate $360,000 from Stormwater Enterprise as follows. $330,000 for the design of culvert replacements on Old Homestead and Longmeadow roads, and $30,000 for robotic total station survey equipment. Is there a second to the fifth motion under Article 9? Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll try. Oh, yep, we have a question.
Bradley Wood, 72.5 Plain Road. Can you explain what robotic total station survey equipment is?
Yep. Jeremy, you can introduce yourself, please.
I'm Jeremy Downs, the Assistant Town Engineer. So the robotic total station survey equipment is basically the survey equipment that the engineering department uses for our land surveying. And the total station is what you typically see on top of the tripod, where somebody is sighted behind it using the total station to calculate angles, distances, things like that. So the robotic feature allows the person that's holding the target prism pole to actually remotely control that. So it allows us to have a one-person survey crew as opposed to our conventional surveying methods, which is a two-person crew. So it makes surveying more efficient.
Thank you. And for recommendations, the Select Board recommends 5-0, the Finance Committee 8-0, and the Capital Planning Committee 10-0. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion passes. It is not unanimous. That was a simple majority vote. All right. The last four motions under Article 9 all involve borrowing and will require a 2/3 vote to pass. So one thing that means is that we'll be using our clickers for each vote. The sixth motion under Article 9 asks the town to appropriate $600,000 to replace the roof and stabilize the school facilities building at 30 Beacon Street, and to authorize borrowing and bonding to raise those funds. Is there a second to the sixth motion under Article 9? Are there any questions or comments on this motion? All right, seeing none, get your clickers ready. Oh, by the way, the Select Board recommends 5-0, the Finance Committee recommends 8-0, and the Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0. Voting is now open. If you want to vote in favor of this, press the green 1A button. If you're opposed, press the red 2B button. Voting will close in 5 seconds. The motion passes 340 yes to 39 no. The seventh motion under Article 9 requests the appropriation of $650,000 for the engineering and design of the Littleton Road widening project, and to authorize borrowing and bonding to raise those funds. Is there a second to the seventh motion under Article 9? The microphone to my right.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle. Is 110 a state road, and why aren't they paying for it?
Town Manager Kristen Loss.
So to answer your question succinctly, 110 is a state road. We have received a grant in the amount of $500,000. We will be asking town meeting for $650,000 for design. This is very similar to the Boston Road project. A little bit different is that part of Boston Road is town and part is state, but it will all become a town after this project is done. So we will be having control over the designer if we fund the project and the improvements as well.
And at the center microphone.
Steve Canellis, 5 Swanson Lane. Just a quick question, borrowing on this motion, probably a couple of, is that included in the budget, the costs for those expenses going forward? In capital and interest, I assume?
That will be incorporated and is in our projection for the fiscal 28 budget.
28.
We will not be expending that in the fiscal 27 budget.
Thank you.
$80,000 is in the fiscal 27 budget, excuse me. I should have just let the finance director answer. $80,000 is anticipated in the fiscal 28 budget for this project.
Okay, sir, to my right.
John Amato, 88 Chamberlain Road. It's a simple question. If the MBTA is funding part of this project, so it must mean it has to do with the MBTA. So this is when we voted last time to approve it, not that I did, but when we voted last time to approve it as a town, we weren't told there'd be costs associated with this that would have to come from the taxpayer. So this is just design. Usually the cost of implementation is 10 times design, sometimes even more, but typically about 10 times design. So does that mean we're going to have to fork up $6.5 million to do our share of Littleton Road upgrade? And isn't Littleton Road a state road? And then why are we doing it?
Okay, I think the state road question has been answered, but I'll let Kristen incorporate it into this answer as well.
So to confirm, Littleton Road is a state road. The funds were not received by the MBTA proper. They were obtained by the state through a grant, as we are an MBTA approved community. The state will be funding the construction of the project. The town will not be funding the construction of the project.
So the state will fund 100% after we provide $650,000 of the design fee.
I don't want to say 100%, as there may be some non-contributing factors. In the Boston Road project, we are contributing towards the water main replacement. If Assistant Town Engineer Jeremy Downs could speak to this, if he is aware of anything, it may be too soon to tell.
So there's certain items during construction that Mass DOT won't finance. It includes things like enhanced landscaping, any kind of involvement from the design engineer, any ornamental lighting, things like that. But typically, for a project like this, that may be a couple $100,000 when you get closer to the construction. But Mass DOT will fund the vast majority of construction, which right now is estimated at $14 million.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you
at the
very
center,
much.
Thank you, John. Thank you. At the center microphone.
Emily Teller, I just would like to put in a plug in the design for bike lanes. And I think that I went to one of the presentations, and I think they might be combined with sidewalks, but that's one thing. And it would be lovely if our telephone poles and utility poles could be buried. I don't think that's part of the cost. But some of the pole work now that's going on around town is doing sister poles with bricks and things underneath them, and I hope that doesn't happen on Littleton Road.
Let's get Jeremy's answer to that.
So this section of Littleton Road currently doesn't have any bike or ped accommodations. So as part of the project, we'll have a 10-foot wide share use path on one side of the road and a 5-foot sidewalk on the other. And as far as the utilities, Mass DOT will not participate in burying utilities because it's usually around $4 to $6 million a mile. And this being a commercial corridor, it would probably be even higher than that. So if the town wanted that to happen, it would have to be a non-participating item funded by the town.
And can I just ask one question? I don't think it's in here. What is the scope? How long along Littleton Road is this?
Sure, it's from Cornerstone Square to Powers Road.
Thank you.
Heather.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle. I'm sorry, but I think I missed hearing an answer to the previous questioner about when we adopted MBTA, we wouldn't have any taxpayer expenses.
I think what she said was this is not MBTA funded. But I'll let Kristen speak for herself.
So Heather, you are correct that if we adopted MBTA, we would not have any taxpayer expenses. The Littleton Road widening project has been in design and in conception for many, many years. So let me have Jeremy explain what the timeline has been.
Sure. We first approached Mass DOT on this project back in 2017, which was before even the Bell Apartments and well before the current development being proposed both on Powers Road and Littleton Road. So this has been a need that was identified years ago, as an important project for the town.
At the center microphone.
Michelle Martin, Meadow Lane. Why do 2 Finance Committee members recommend against this?
Can we hear from either of the FinCom members who spoke against this or who recommended against it? Sorry. Dennis, you can speak up here.
Dennis Galvin, 90 Concord Road, a member of the Finance Committee. Myself and one other member voted against this, largely in support of the arguments that you heard about the jurisdiction, this being a state road, and also over concerns of upcoming costs that we're going to be facing next year. We wanted to hold on to as much money as we could, so that's why we voted against it.
Thank you. Is the other person who voted against it want to speak? No. Okay. Okay. All right. So, oh yes, there you go.
Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. I just want to make 100% sure that all these construction costs to do this will be paid by the state. I don't want to hear any surprises down the road.
I think that question's been answered.
Has there been a contract signed? Do we have real assurance of that?
Okay. I'll let you do it, Jeremy.
So this project is on what the Mass DOT calls the TIP program, the Transportation Improvement Program. So we have to go through a committee called the PRC. They look at these and determine if a project is worth funding. This one has been selected and is programmed on the FY29 TIP, so it is guaranteed for funding as long as we fulfill our obligation for design.
And how long will this project take to get started and finished? Because the Boston Road one has been taking quite a long time.
So right now, as I mentioned, it's funded in the FY29 TIP, which means construction would be in 2030. 2030, excuse me, that's a long way away.
That's a really long time.
So we'll find out more during the design process, how long it's going to be, what the impacts of construction is going to be.
So even with all the state lack of funding that we're getting, you're for sure that the state will pay for this?
Yes, and this is the same type of process that we funded the Boston Road project, the Beaverbrook Bridge, Minot's Corner, the Tadmuck and Littleton Road intersection were all funded through this process in the same way. Town funds design, and then DOT constructs the project at their cost.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you. At the center microphone, Megan.
Megan O'Connell, 44 South Chelmsford Road. Just a clarifying question. If this article were to be defeated, what would be the implications for the widening project as a whole?
So if we didn't proceed and the project wasn't funded, Littleton Road would remain as is. The grant funding that we recently secured from the state would need to be returned. And then there is some possibility in the future that would have less success in getting state grants and getting roadway projects programmed on the TIP.
At the microphone to my left, Gloria.
Gloria Miller, 14 Hutchins Way. Could we please hear from the chair of the Finance Committee as to why the majority of the Finance Committee did support this?
Yes, Christina Green, Chair of the Finance Committee.
So the majority of the Finance Committee did vote in favor, 6-2. And as we understand it, if we are involved in this process, then we have more control over what happens on Littleton Road. But if we don't, we could potentially give up that authority to the state, and they could do what they please on Littleton Road, since it is a state road. So that's why we voted in favor of it.
All right, seeing no further comments, we'll move to the vote. It is up there, but I'll say it anyway. The Select Board recommends 5-0, Finance Committee 6-2, as we heard, and the Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0. So we'll use our clickers. This is a 2/3 majority vote. If you're in favor, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The motion passes 316 yes to 70 no. The 8th motion under Article 9 is to be dismissed. Anybody have a question about that? Comment? Okay. All in favor of dismissal of the 8th motion under Article 9, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That's unanimous. All right, the 9th and final motion under Article 9. I have a motion that the town appropriate $1,500,000 for the replacement of the Boutwell Brook culvert on Forge Village Road and the Boutwell Brook culvert on Cold Spring Road, and to allow for the borrowing of these funds and the issuance of bonds with the debt service for this borrowing to be paid for by the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. Is there a second to the 9th motion under Article 9? Yes? Point of order. Who has a point of order? Yeah.
What
you
just
gave
said?
me permission at the beginning of the meeting to summarize the motions.
Okay. What's important here is only the first payment is authorized through the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, not all of the costs. So there's a big difference there. Now, if we're going to say that we're going to approve that stormwater funding will pay for this whole thing, great. But
I don't think you're reading it correctly, but I'll let Dan O'Donnell explain.
It's the intent for us to pay for this through the Stormwater Enterprise and budgeted that through there.
Not just the first payment, but all the payments on it.
All the payments, yes.
Okay, so can we amend the motion?
Well, it says in the first instance, which means the first place that we will look to for payment of this fund is the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. If the Stormwater Enterprise Fund goes bankrupt, the town is still responsible for the payments. That's why it says in the first instance. I'm not a finance guy, but...
That was perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. To me, a first instance is a first instance, not a second.
And I will also say that a lot of these bonding articles are very specific in terms of how they need to be drafted, and bonding council has to approve them. So a lot of the wording is very exact. I don't think...
That's perfect, yes. I only have to be up here.
I may be taking your job next. Okay. I'm unemployed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions about this article, this motion? The Select Board recommends 5-0, the Finance Committee recommends 8-0, and the Capital Planning Committee recommends 10-0. Seeing no further questions, we'll take the vote. We need to do this with our clickers. It's a two-thirds majority required. If you want to vote for the article, green 1A, against the article, red 2B. Voting is now open. Honestly, the only reason I know that finance stuff is because Dan has explained it to me so many times. At least. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Okay, voting is closed. The motion passes. The vote is 341 yes to 35 no. All right, that's Article 9. We're now at Article 10. I have a motion under Article 10 to appropriate from existing community preservation funds the amount of $3,991,096 for various projects as recommended by the Westford Community Preservation Committee. Is there a second to the motion under Article 10? We have the chair of the Community Preservation Committee, Bob Jeffries, here to give us an explanation about community preservation funds and how these projects come about.
Good morning. I live at 11 Boston Road. 11 Boston Road. To go with my name, Bob Jeffries. It was 25 years ago that the town voted to adopt the Community Preservation Act. I remember that because I presented it to town meeting. The act, as it originally was written, took money, transfer fee money from the Registry of Deeds and matched what the town put in depending on what percentage of surtax you wanted to pay. We adopted 3%. We were one of 38 towns that did this, about 10% of the total number of towns. Nobody else got into it at that time. The funds were dedicated to 3 primary interests, being historical preservation, affordable housing, and the purchase of open space. The remaining 70% was to be divided with those 3 and with the addition of recreation. And it has remained that way. The first year we got a match, I think, of 800 and some thousand and went up to $1 million. It's just recently gotten back to that because so many other cities and towns have joined in, reducing the amount of fee. The state has also put in additional money for us. The first project that we did with the money was to purchase East Boston Camps, which remains the largest money purchase of land under this act across the entire Commonwealth. It was, I think, a very successful project. The vote, I believe, was 65 to 35. So we're looking at continuing this, and this year we set a record that's a record for the town of Westford. We had 17 applications. We've usually in the 4, 5, 6. 17 was a lot, but we went through all of these applications, and in every case, the Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse Beyer to show how the financing is actually accomplished. Or maybe I'm not.
All right, so just real quick. As Bob mentioned, there's 4 categories of community preservation funding: affordable housing, open space, historic preservation, and recreation. This year, the total of applications, of the 17 applications Bob mentioned, were $4,018,000. And that's it.
One other thing about this, unlike all of the other budgeting you're doing, we work a year behind. We always have the money in hand. We're not proposing and spending money that we might receive in the future. We have it in the bank now.
All right, thank you. So now I'm going to read through the list of projects, the amounts proposed, and the Community Preservation Funds account that each specific appropriation will be paid from. Once again, if you have a question or a comment on any item listed, please say "hold" loudly from your seat, and we'll discuss that item separately. Okay? From undesignated fund balance to the Community Housing Reserve, $365,779 to cover the required 10% for community housing. $57,566 from the undesignated fund balance to the Open Space Reserve to cover the required 10% for open space. $34,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Granitefield Ball Field Safety Improvements Design. $40,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Jack Walsh Parking Improvement Project. $603,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Rodenbush Tennis Courts Project. I have a hold on that. $150,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the 4-H Horse Arena Accessibility Project. I have a hold on that. $60,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the J.V. Fletcher Library Skylight Restoration Project. I have a hold on that. $400,000 transferred from the Community Housing Fund balance to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in order to establish an Affordable Housing Development Fund. I have a hold on that. $50,000 transferred from the Community Housing Fund balance to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for the Westford Rental Assistance Program. $15,000 from the Community Housing Fund balance for the Housing Production Plan Update Project. $100,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Historical Records Preservation Project. I have a hold on that. $23,751 from the undesignated fund balance for the Westford Community Gardens Sun Shelter Project. $20,000 from the Open Space Fund balance for the Forge Pond Drawdown Improvement Study Project. $20,000 from the Open Space Fund balance for the Forge Pond Herbicide Treatment Program, with none of the funds to be used for DEQUAT herbicide treatment. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. $100,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Freedom Park Improvements Project. Was that a hold? Okay. $15,000 from the Open Space Fund balance for the Vinebrook Footbridge Design and Engineering Study. $290,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Westford Museum Accessibility Upgrades and Exterior Restoration Design. $1,056,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Town Hall slate roof replacement and cupola restoration project. Was that a hold? Okay. I have a hold on that. And $591,000 from the undesignated fund balance for Phase 1 of the First Parish Church United Meeting House Historic Preservation Project. Okay, we have a hold on that. All right. Let's go back and get the questions to the holds. Will the person who has the hold on the Rodenbush Tennis Courts project please come to the microphone?
Hi, Elizabeth Shari, 10 Collimore Drive. I want to know if the town actually owns Rodenbush.
Rodenbush or the tennis courts?
Both.
Okay, well, Rodenbush doesn't have anything to do with this, but does it?
It was on the property.
So we can answer the question about the tennis courts, though.
Okay.
Can somebody answer? Yeah, Kristen.
The town of Westford owns the property in which the Rodenbush Community Center is located on, as well as where the tennis courts are located. We lease the property to Rodenbush.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen Hardy, 39 Main Street. I hope that this appropriation is defeated for two reasons. $600,000 is just a huge amount of money for tennis courts, and I used to be a tennis player. But in respect to Bob Jeffrey's comments about the different areas in which we can spend CPC money, the historic, the affordable housing, and the open space were the only three when Bob and I voted back 25 years ago to accept this. In the last few years, the town, through CPC money, has redone the tennis courts at Jack Walsh. They're beautiful. We've redone the tennis courts at the Robinson School, also well used. Tennis is not as popular as it was a quarter of a century ago. I'd love to have this $603,000 stay in the CPC account so that when affordable housing, purchase of open space, and historic preservation come up, we have that available. I'd rather not have my 3% of CPC go for $600,000 worth of tennis courts at Rodenbush. Thank you.
Erica?
I guess under...
I believe there's a hold on this, so I'm hoping the moderator will have us vote on it separately, and that will be the opportunity that the voters could decide yes or no. Am I correct, Madam Moderator?
I'm sorry, so you want to vote on this separately? Sever this?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
As
okay.
we do very often on hold items, I'd like to have this be voted on separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
My feeling is if it's part of the same motion, we need a vote, but that's okay. We can do that. So let's get Erica's... are you speaking to the same thing, Erica? Okay, let's hear Erica and then we'll... No?
Erica Cole, Francis Hill Road. I have a similar sentiment and another point. I am concerned that spending over $600,000 in the town center tennis courts have negative consequences. First, I think the optics are horrible. Soon our tax bills will increase because we'll actually borrow approved debt that we haven't borrowed yet. And unfortunately, our town service level may go down as a result of not having influx of funds and yet having to pay for things like this incurred debt using one-time funds to fund our current service level means that we're going to have a hole in the future. Having taxes go up while service levels go down, and then having the tennis courts in the center of town where people are driving by and looking, it may look to some as a discretionary use of funds and to others as a frivolous use of funds. And in my opinion, that doesn't necessarily give them the warm feeling that their tax dollars are being judiciously spent. Yes, I know that CPA funds can't be used for many expenses in town. So it's not apples and apples, which leads me to my second concern. Spending this kind of money on tennis courts makes the money unavailable, as Ellen alluded, to spending on other needs that could come up under CPA. CPA funding can be used to buy natural space that unexpectedly comes on the market. It can be used to support badly needed affordable housing in town. And it occurs to me that if this 110 project shows us the need for increased utility expenses that we heard were not covered by the grant, that could help us get some affordable housing down there. It's an opportunity. And CPA, because that's in the MBTA zoning area. And CPA funding can be used to support upkeep of our historic buildings, needs that can become suddenly apparent in old buildings, which obviously historic buildings are. All of these needs either are or could be urgent needs in town, and all could be supported with CPA funds if we maintain adequate funding on hand. And for these two reasons, I believe we should not be spending over $600K on tennis courts in the very
Okay, I need you to wrap up,
center of
Erica.
town. That is
Thank
it.
you. Yes. Kyle Fox, DPW Director, to answer some of the questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Kyle Fox, Public Works Director. Just a few responses to some of the questions that came up. So this project, the Roden Bush Tennis Court Replacement Project, was the #1 project proposed by the Park and Rec Commission, and it was voted at their commission meeting last fall to recommend as their top priority for a CPA request this year. The project does replace the existing tennis courts, which are sort of in failing condition at this point. It was a project that was brought forward to CPA 2 years ago, and CPA deferred it in favor of other projects at the time with the recommendation to bring it back in a future year. So what does the project cover? The project replaces the existing courts, fencing, a practice backboard with 2 new full-size courts to replace the existing. In addition, the courts will be striped to support pickleball. Other parts of the project are to repair the stone masonry steps leading from the Roden Bush building down to the fields, and to improve handicap accessibility to the site, improving the existing sidewalk that runs between the Frost property to the Roden Bush building, and providing handicap accessibility to the courts themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Nate?
Thank you. Nate McKinnon, 8 Sherlock Lane, member of the Finance Committee, however, speaking on behalf of myself. I want to speak in support of the Roden Bush Tennis Court project. The DPW director said the courts are in slight disrepair. They are in major disrepair. They're completely unusable, and they're an eyesore, to be honest. And the fact that if you haven't seen the new Jack Walsh tennis and pickleball courts, please come down and see them. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America and has been for 15 years. It's a sport where someone of my age and physique actually has a chance against a teenager. And we can all come play there. And I encourage you to do that. And wear your elbow pads too. And be sure to take some Aleve. But it's definitely an outstanding sport. And I think that it's important to recognize that the recreation opportunities where folks can just show up and play across town, pickleball in particular, are very limited. And this will dramatically improve the appearance of those courts, as well as the practicability for people of all ages. Look forward to seeing you all in the courts.
Thank you, Nate. At the microphone to my right.
Yes, Daniela Gotore, 38 Forest Road. I'm an avid tennis player, and I really support this project because I played at Roden Bush. Is totally awful tennis place because it's really, really dangerous to play there, and it needs to be remodeled. We spend so much money in this town for everything. At least for recreational, we should spend some money. Thank you.
Thank you. At the center microphone.
Diane Wood, 122 Depot. I'm against spending this amount of money, which I think is huge, and echo what Erica and Hadi had said. In addition to that, the wording of this, the title of this was fairly confusing, because I think many people thought there was an association with Roden Bush, and there isn't whatsoever. So I want that made clear. There's nothing to do with Roden Bush. They didn't request this. And that was not any ask from there. It was the town that decided that they wanted to move forward with us. Thank you.
Elisa.
Lisa Nakasham, Holsburg, Betty Lane. I just wanted some information. How much of, what do we have in terms of loans that the CPA fund is responsible for paying back over time? That information would help me to understand, should we be appropriating this much now or hanging on to some of this cash?
Yep, we'll get an answer to that.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, Jesse Beyer, Town Accountant and CPC Administrator. So right now, we have 4 projects that we're paying debt service on. That includes the town hall, from community preservation funds. That includes the town hall, the Road and Bush renovation on the building, the Adams parcel of property that we purchased, and the Westford Academy amenities building. We also will have $3 million of debt from the Town Farm Road project when that comes on either late this year or next FY27.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
The town farm, is that something we voted on already?
Actually, a couple of times. So, what was it? It was $1 million was originally appropriated on cash on hand, $1 million to be borrowed, and then an additional $1 million was voted on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At the center microphone.
Hi, Christy Bates, 23 Pierce Avenue. I support this $603,000 to be spent on the tennis courts. Recreation is a part of CPC, and even though we didn't vote on it originally, it came in later, and I am very happy that we have supported our recreation in town because it is a third space for people to gather and use something free of charge, and we need to continue to maintain those spaces that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
John Amato, 88 Chamberlain Road. I think the Community Preservation Act is probably the smartest thing that the state of Massachusetts ever did. They're taxing people who sell property to make improvements that we can't afford to do. The 4 categories that are currently accepted, they kind of make sense. Open space, historic preservation, low-income housing, and recreation. People don't like the recreation thing, but the recreation part keeps our town healthy. If we have safe places to recreate, people become healthier. It's just a fact. And number 2, it keeps them out of trouble. Kids like trouble if they have nothing to do. If they're on a team, that goes down. That having been said, I've been doing this for I don't know how many years, since 1999. Not as long as other people, but over that period of time, I've seen the percentage in each category vary. And it's not all one-sided. But the historic part is why Rachel and I moved to Westford. And right now, it's at 50% of the $4 million. There's about $2 million being spent for historic preservation. And each year it's going to be different. You can't have it every year. So this is a historic preservation year. And let's just go with it. And let's keep spending the money until the government decides to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, John. At the center microphone.
Andy Malio, Pierce Ave. I have just a procedural question. Maybe I've misunderstood something. For Article 9, we voted to actually take out the public buildings item. We voted to take that out of that article. But it doesn't seem like we're voting to take this $603,000 out of this article. So is it a different situation?
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. I think I understand what you're saying. So we're going to go back and do exactly what Mrs. Hardy suggested, which is we'll vote on each of the hold items separately and vote on the items that have no holds together. Is that what you're asking?
Well, it feels like we're treating this differently than we treated the other item. Am I?
It is a little different. I'll let Bob answer that.
Yeah, the difference is the Community Preservation Act takes money from the Registry of Deeds transfer to match what the town puts aside, but it's put aside specifically for the 4 categories I talked about. Taking down the old fire station is not in any way could it be funded this way. So it's an entirely different source of funds. The other thing I want to emphasize again is everything you see in front of you, we already have collected the money. We're not talking about taxes next year. We're talking about we keep it in the bank, we're always 1 year behind. We've done that on purpose from the beginning. As far as historic goes, $2 million this year. The biggest project we did was the Rodenbush Center itself, where we invested $7 million in restoring that building. So most of the money we put forward goes into these items. And I want to say something about what the purpose of this is, and it's in the word community. I've lived here for 50 years, and whenever I come back to the town, I know I'm home because of the community.
So it's different because it's CPA funds?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Short answer.
A good short answer.
Chris.
Yes, thank you. Chris Barrett, member of the Park and Rec Commission. I just wanted to make sure that this body is aware, and you've heard it, but just to make sure that everybody's heard clearly that this facility is in failure. So if we don't do anything today, if we don't vote for this money, we will likely have to close the facility. We'll have to come back to another town meeting requesting funds to rip it all down and plant grass. So there is a real cost of not doing anything here. And the alternative of not using CPA funds is, if we wanted to keep the facility, coming back and then asking for capital funding through another mechanism, which means competing against a whole slew of other things that some of which we just voted on earlier. So CPA is really the best alternative here to fund this project, to keep it operational, keep it as a resource for the community. It will be used. I can guarantee you, as you heard earlier, the courts at Jack Walsh, they are so busy. We've had people come to the commission asking for policies about restricting court time because there's so many people that want to use them. I can guarantee you we'll see the same usage at Rodenbush if this moves forward. So I strongly urge your support to move this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Nancy, last person on this item.
Nancy Abriel, 4 Depot Street. I live across the street from the tennis courts that are in question. I learned to play tennis there as a part of a midlife crisis. My children learned to play tennis there. I played with them before school when they went to Frost School. I have lived in that area since 1979 and watched the demographic of the center change. We had young children there when we moved in, and then that changed. And now I'm watching more young families walk by my house pushing strollers, children on bikes. I know neighborhood children who will go over to the tennis courts. It's dangerous. It's also an eyesore. So if we don't fix them and make them a beautiful asset to the center of town, then we do need to tear it down and put grass there, because it's ugly as it is, and it could be very functional. I won't even go over there and hit balls against the backboard because there are too many holes in the court, and I have a fear of falling. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Mark, I said she was going to be the last.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to vote on this separately, and then we'll come back to each hold item and vote on it separately, okay? So right now, since we've just had this discussion, let's vote a yes or no on whether this tennis court project should be funded under the CPA Act as it's proposed here. Is everybody clear on that? Okay. So if you're in favor, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. It's a simple majority. Voting is now open.
Or maybe It's amazing.
Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. The motion passes 262 yes to 96 no. So before we move on to the next hold, let's vote on the ones we did not put holds on. I should have done that first, but oh well. So that is going to be $365,779 for the Community Housing Reserve, $57,566 for the Open Space Reserve, $34,000 for the Graniteville Ball Field Safety Improvements Design, $40,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the Jack Walsh Parking Improvement Project, $50,000 for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for the Westford Rental Assistance Program, $15,000 from Community Housing Fund balance for the Housing Production Plan update, $23,751 for the Westford Community Gardens Sun Shelter Project, $20,000 from the Open Space Fund balance for the Forge Pond Drawdown Improvement Study Project, $20,000 for the Forge Pond Herbicide Treatment Project, $15,000 for the Vinebrook Footbridge Design and Engineering Study, $290,000 for the Westford Museum Accessibility Upgrades and Exterior Restoration Design, and those are the ones we had no holds on. Well, since we had no holds on, let's try and do those with a voice vote. All in favor of those projects, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It is not unanimous, but it definitely passes. Okay, now we'll go back to the next one with the hold, which is the 4-H Horse Arena Accessibility Project. Will the person who had the hold on that please approach the microphone?
Right here, Angela. Angela, right here.
Yeah, I see you. I'm looking for the person who's going to answer it, but let's see what your question is first.
We both must have had a hold.
Oh, okay.
I both had, Vicki Geary, 51 Carlisle Road. I just was curious, what exactly is the scope of work on this project? What is, when we say accessibility, are we talking about for the horses, or are we talking about humans, or both? What's the scope of work here?
Behind you, Vicki, I believe is Tom Delaney. Is that right? Sir, are you Tom Delaney?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Tom is not, one moment, Tom is not a Westford resident. We need to quickly vote to allow him to speak, unless you don't want him to speak. It's a 2/3 vote, but if it's pretty clear, we can do it with a voice vote. Tom is what is your position, Tom?
So I'm on the Middlesex County Board of Directors for the Fairgrounds.
All right, and he can speak most efficiently and effectively to this project. So all in favor of allowing Tom, who's not a resident, to speak to this project here at town meeting and address the meeting, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That is unanimous. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator, and thank you, town meeting. My name is Tom Delaney. I'm a Groton resident. I'm on the Middlesex County 4-H Board. A lot of you might not know the history of the 4-H Fairgrounds. That was actually given to the 4-H Board of Directors back in 1956 by Westford Town Meeting. By chance the fairgrounds ever did go away, it would always revert back to town of Westford. What this project is there's probably a lot of you here that use the fairgrounds frequently. You come over to the fair, or you come over, there's a lot of dog walkers over there, or picnickers, and it's just because we are open to the public, except during Fair Week. The hillside that overlooks the main horse arena is right now all telephone poles and such like that. So what we want to do is we're going to restabilize that, and the top two tiers of that, the top two tier on the upper part looking down over the arena are going to be stone dust compacted areas for where people can sit up their chairs and have better accessibility for anybody with any type of mobility issues. Because we have people that trip on the rocks and on the pieces of roots. We do the best we can over there. But 100% of the funds that we collect over there go back into the fairgrounds. It's all done by volunteers, it's all done by the kids, and it's all for the kids. So this is to stabilize that area and make it safer for the people coming to view the horse shows or any of the other programs that we put on.
Thank you. At the center microphone.
Yep. Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. Again, I'd like to know, or not again, but I'd like to know, does the town own this property?
Go ahead, Tom, if you know the answer.
So no, the town does not own the property. We are 401(c). It was given to the town. It was given to the board of directors by the town back in 1956. And by chance we ever did go to the funk, it would revert back to the town. It is in our deed.
Okay, you know, I appreciate 4-H Fairgrounds and the accessibility allows some of the residents if they want to go there, but I am very against funding projects that the town does not own as a taxpayer.
Thank you. At the microphone to my left.
My name is Heidi Hatke. I live at 78R Carlisle Road. My children have been part of 4-H for almost their entire lives, and I am also a participant. I took my 86-year-old mother there this summer. We couldn't sit and enjoy the horse shows because there was no place for elderly people to sit. Now, the town may not own it, but it is accessible to the town and it is used by the town. That's all I have to say. It's something that the town should put money into.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments or questions, so let's go ahead and take a vote on this. This is a simple majority vote. I need you to use your clickers. So if you're in favor, you'll vote yes. If you're in favor of this project, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The project passes 294 yes to 60 no. Will the person who had the hold for the J.V. Fletcher Library Skylight Restoration Project approach the microphone? Here we go.
Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. I am just wondering why the need for the $60,000. Doesn't the J.V. Fletcher Library Skylights fall into the huge amount of money that we've allotted for the whole renovation of this library?
We'll have Ellen Rainville, Library Director, answer that.
Ellen Rainville, Library Director, 20 Carlisle Road. Yes, when we made a presentation to Fall Town Meeting of 2022 asking for $32.5 million, we also prepared a projection of how we would shave $10 million off of that borrowing cost to the town. That was a mix of $8.6 million in Board of Library Commissioners Public Library Construction Grant Funds, state money, which we are receiving. That was a mix of rebates from the utilities, which are going to be received at the end of the grant. That was a mix of interest that we could spend from the grant funds we received. Additionally, we've received $100,000 for the project through our state representative, James Arciero, and we have the Friends have fundraised almost $1.1 million and counting. And the last item in the projected budget that we shared was that we would go to the CPA for the historic skylight renovation. The skylight is a triangular skylight on the east wing of the library roof. It opens into the Mary Atwood Hall on the 3rd floor. That opening has been covered by plywood since 1969. We think that was because film projection was the hot new technology of the era, and it let in too much light to see films in the Mary Atwood. We've taken down the plywood. There is a beautiful wooden frame and skylight there. But this scope of work would go from the roof, the membrane around the original heavy glass skylight, the sheathing, the roof slate, synthetic slate that would be replaced. There would be a gypsum shaft connected from the roof down to the opening. That is so only light is seen when you're underneath the skylight. At the moment, you can see the blow-in insulation that we put in the 70s, the last time we were energy conscious. And so this is a historic restoration. You are correct. If you don't vote this from the funds in hand, it would become part of the bonded money that is being borrowed. So this is why we promised that we would make this application, and that's why it's before you today.
Thank you for that, but I would like it to fall into the category of the huge amount of money we've already spent on this and not an additional $60,000 for this. I'd rather see that $60,000 go to a teacher or something. Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, the CPA money can't go to anything other than those categories that Bob mentioned.
Something different other than more money for the library. Thank you.
Yes, at the center microphone.
Doug Burns for Black Bear Lane. I also am against spending more money on the library. $32 million is a lot of money. You're running under budget, is what you're saying. You've got the money. So let's reject this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Joyce Carpenter, 81 Providence Road. I'd just like to speak in favor of spending this money, given that the library came to us at the time and said this is where this money would come from. They're just fulfilling their promise, and we should keep ours.
Mark.
Mark O'Leila, 105 Concord Road. I just want to point out the two people that just spoke. This actually will prevent the money from being spent and could be used for, say, a teacher. It's actually, that's what it's being used for, is to save the town money because it's coming from the CPA.
Emily?
Emily Taylor, 9 Texas Road. Our town is a pretty unique town, and I think all of us, as Bob said, when he comes home, he realizes he's in a community. Many of us have visited the library currently in an office building, and it doesn't have a lot of what we would call character. This skylight was put in as a detail that makes this place unique and lovely and gives it some aesthetic instead of just a roof. And so I would encourage people to honor the request that the library made several years ago, saying they would come to the CPA, which has the money, can afford this, and it is appropriately being used for something as unique as this.
Thank you, Emily. All right, seeing no further comments, let's take the vote. Please get your clickers out. If you're in favor of this project, vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The project passes 266 yes to 75 no. Will the person who had the hold on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, establishment of an affordable housing development fund, come to the microphone? Was there someone that had a hold on that? All right, well, the person isn't here anymore, so let's go ahead and vote. Nobody has any questions. Let's try and do this with a voice vote. All in favor of this project, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. It is not unanimous, but it passes with a majority. Will the person who had the hold on the Historical Records Preservation Project please approach the microphone? Yes, Alyssa.
I just had a question about the previous 100,000 that we appropriated under Article 9 capital, I think. I'm not sure if I got it right, but there's 100,000 previously. Is this in addition to that? So we've got like 50% of our records that are not historical and 50% that are? Is that what we're doing? Or is this the same 100?
Jeff Morissette, Assistant Town Manager, will answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you for that question. So this request is unrelated to the digitization project, if that is what you are referring to. This project has actually been part of an ongoing partnership with the Town Clerk's Office and the Land Use Management Department for almost 15 years, I believe. So this funding would serve to continue that. I will say, though, that we did request a lesser amount than we might have otherwise considered because of that proposed digitization project. So, because there could definitely be some overlap. So we did ask less in this request. Last time I think it was around, was it 300,000 or so? So this time we're asking for 100,000, which is still a lot of money, but for a 3 or 4 year period, because we suspect there could be some benefits if the digitization project goes forward. So I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on this article, let's try and do another voice vote. All in favor of the Historic Records Preservation Project, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That is unanimous. All right, well, the person who has the hold on the Freedom Park Improvement Project, please come to the microphone. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. I do not, maybe I'm clueless, but I don't know what Freedom Park Improvements Project even is.
Okay, we'll get somebody to answer that for you. Thank you. Matt, you can introduce yourself.
Matthew Salem, Conservation Resource Planner. So Freedom Park is a parcel of land on Pond Street that was acquired by the town in the late 80s. It was transferred, its care and custody is under the Conservation's purview. This project, in the application materials as presented to the Community Preservation Committee, there's presently some paver walkways. They're undulating and unsafe. We're looking to make them accessible. Additionally, there's a gazebo and a fishing pier that was constructed by Eagle Scouts. Over time, they've degraded. They need to be replaced or updated, and also, again, made accessible and safe. And then lastly, there's some just general plantings and improvements to the property that over the past 30 years, maintenance needs to occur. And so this is what the scope is.
Have you gotten, multiple bids for this?
Okay, maybe we should have the CPA people. Okay, you can.
This will be procured in accordance with state procurement guidelines. So yes, it will go out to bid. But again, we're looking for funds first before going out.
So then the 100,000 is a guesstimate on what you'll spend? Maybe you won't have to spend that much?
Right, it may not be all of it, but again, there's some projects out there, and we want to have some funds to tackle them.
Thank you.
All right. Again, let's try and take a voice vote on this.
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
So Patrick Copey, 51 Concord Road. So I have a question that really kind of pertains to all of these that we're voting on. It was discussed that the CPC is currently making payments on existing debts. The match percent by the state has been going down significantly every year since the start of the programs. Right now, it's only at 19% for FY25. Has anyone in the CPC done an analysis to determine what the minimum amount is we need to maintain in our existing accounts to be able to cover the existing debt costs into the future as the state matches go down? And has there been any consideration for paying off any debts early?
Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer that, that's a good point. So every year before we start awarding projects and hearing applications, we take any of the debt service first. So we close out the previous year's balance, that's our starting balance. We've also banked the current year's revenue. So for, say, this cycle, anything we collected in the surcharge for FY25, which was about $3.5 million, we had essentially banked that for debt service and projects for this year. So we start with the closeout and the new revenue, subtract out the debt service, which gives us an idea of how much we have left for any applications in the current year.
Right, but my question is, so there's certain debt we are carrying over from year to year that is being paid off by the CPC, correct?
Yeah, I think all the projects are 20 years of, or, you know, at the time when they started, they were 20 years worth of debt service.
But is there any reason why we would not want to pay off those early? Specifically, I believe there's some coming up in the next couple years or so, within the next 3 to 5 years, that could be paid off early with existing funds because they're fairly small amounts from what I've seen.
So Town Hall, actually, I think is the one that will be coming off. I think it's, Dan, 2037, 38, something like that. It's in the next 4 or 5 years anyway. That actually was refunded several years ago. There was a 30-year bond. That's just kind of what they did at the time, 10, 15 years ago when it was initially. So when we could save some money on interest costs, the treasurer at the time also reduced the debt service. So we do look at that every year. A lot of that is determined on the current interest rates and if it makes sense. And right now, most of these projects are under 4%. So to go back out and try to, say, pay them off early, it would actually cost us interest and new bond issuance costs to be able to do that. We can't just go out and, because we have the money paid off. Unfortunately, once you borrow, unless you go through the formal process of borrowing things again or refunding the debt, it doesn't work like that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions on this project? Okay, there have been a couple of questions. Let's just use our clickers on this project. $100,000 for Freedom Park improvements. If you're going to vote yes in favor of this project, green button. No is the red button. We're open? No, we're not open. The voting is open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is closed. The project passes 302 to 33. Will the person who had the hold on the Town Hall slate roof project please approach the microphone? Yes, sir.
Doug Burns, 4 Black Bear Lane. Is this to replace the slate? Or should we be looking at alternatives such as stamped metal? Because slate roofs require constant maintenance due to ice and snow issues, where a metal roof does not. So it has the same effective look, or are we being restricted by what they did 100 years ago was slate, which was very common, and we're not going to take advantage of new technologies today?
Thank you. We'll get an answer to that.
Well, first of all, we can only fund restoration. The CPC could not fund putting a metal roof on Town Hall, even if it looked like slate. The second thing is slate properly done with the right slates, which is something Town Hall is only partially done with, will last 100 years. It does have a maintenance cost, you're right, but the 100-year length of service really makes the maintenance cost minor compared to having to replace every 30, 40, 50 years. If we could do if the town wants to do a metal roof, they can do it, but they'll have to pay for it a different way.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're replacing the slate roof. Oh, sorry, thank you. Just to be clear, so you are going to be replacing the current slate roof with a new one?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's try and do this one with a voice vote. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Jim Pollock, 11 Stratton Hill Road. Sorry, Jim Pollock, 11 Stratton Hill Road. I have more experience than I should admit with roofing, and I'm not in the business. However, I have some experience with Historical Society and so forth in the Adirondacks, northern New York. The reason I wonder about this is that I personally think he had a point about metal roofs, and if it's just a question of how much this party or that party pays for it, we should perhaps question whether we couldn't suggest that the town buy something that would last longer for less money, and that we pay for the rest of the work. Or maybe I should just be asking the question, what's the where's the real cost in this project? I see the bottom line. I don't know what percent of that is to buy the new slate and have it installed.
Thank you for the question.
Yep. Jeff Goodwin, Director of Facilities. The cost for the slate roof installation itself is $650,000. And we also included in the budget an additional $60,000 to replace the plywood underlayment to ensure a quality installation. If you've driven by Town Hall and taken a look at the roof, you'll probably notice that there is a significant swale in one section over the building department in particular. This has been an area that's been prone to leaking over the years. So we've also built in a 20% contingency into this project to assess and address any issues that we have with, if we need to bolster any rafters or add any structural reinforcements to the roof.
So ironic that it's right over the building department. I can't help but note that. Okay, any other questions on this? Let's try a voice vote. All in favor of the Town Hall slate roof project, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It is not unanimous, but it passes by a majority. Okay. Will the person who had the hold on the First Parish Church United Historic Preservation Project please come forward?
Madam Moderator.
Yes, sir.
That's Dennis Galvin, 90 Concord Road. I would like to amend the amount that's being appropriated, recommended here.
I'm going to stop you right there because I don't think you can do that. Can you amend the amount on a CPA article? Right. You can only either not. The only vote you can take on a CPA article is up or down because it has to be recommended by this Community Preservation Committee, and once they make that recommendation to town meeting, you either say yes or no.
Okay, that's fine. appreciate the explanation. Then I would argue against the appropriation, and I would support that by saying that there is an issue, I think, of church and state involved here. There's a question of whether or not we're supporting or patronizing a particular institution. First Parish Church is no doubt a historical document, which is I was going to offer a lower amount, but since I can't, then this is the way it's going to have to go. It is also an active religious institution, and for those of you who have been in town for a while, we've spent a considerable amount of money on this particular institution. I can recall a few years ago there was $1 million expense out of the CPA for an elevator. I believe this money is being put towards a steeple, and I think we have to be very circumspect in the sense that, this is an appropriation. It does involve church and state. I think we have to be sensitive to the appearance, and it's unfortunate we couldn't change it, but I don't think we should approve this under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. At the center microphone.
Hi, Elizabeth Sherry, 10 Collimore Drive. I'm the one who put the hold on this. I'd like to know who the owner of this property is, because I know it's not the town of Westford. And again, I am against paying out funds when others privately own the properties. And I would much rather see this money going to acquiring open space land, keeping the town natural and its original beauty as much as possible.
Thank you. Bob, can you answer the question of who owns the property?
That's a very good question, because the town only exists because a church came to the town with a pastor that we supported. And tithing at the time was also the tax base. So the building was actually built by the taxpayers of Westford back leading up to 1729. There have been a number of things that have happened since, but Massachusetts, perhaps uniquely, continued the tie between church and state after the Revolution. And it was, I think, 1838 before that was actually resolved. So that building was built by the town. It was built by the taxpayers of the town. What we're proposing to do in this article is to stabilize the structure of the steeple, which would suffer if it isn't done. It's going to have to come down. As to the idea that we can't put money into private, that's not the case with the CPA. CPA is created so that you can do a number of things in order to maintain the historic nature of the town. And it's true of open space too, because we have subsidized conservation restrictions on private land, that the money goes to the private side so that they won't develop. But we don't own that land. So it's possible to do exactly what we're looking to do. As to the church and state argument, that was sort of, I think it was finally resolved in the Civil War as to who owned that building. And I'm not sure that the town was ever paid for the church going over to the church, or whether the church donated the building to the town for that long period of time.
Thank you, Bob.
I would like to
I'm
know.
sorry, I'm not going to back and forth because there are a lot of people.
No,
waiting.
I know.
Well, if
Point
you
of
want to go
order.
to the back,
I'm the one who put the hold on this, so I would like clarity and details on who owns the property. Why can't that be said here publicly? We have a right. This is our money.
I just said it was confusing. It's owned by the First Parish Church United.
Okay, at the microphone to my right.
David Gutbrod, 74 Depot Street, and chair of the Westford Historic Commission. I've come here to support the bottom three articles, and this particular article basically says the town would not have existed without the First Parish Church. In order to get incorporated, you had to follow the Massachusetts Bay Colony laws by having a meeting house and a church. And we would not have existed in 1729 if we didn't have that. The First Parish Church had a building there that burned down, and the present structure from 1794 is what CPC money was made for. It is the definition of community preservation, without exception. To try to find an area that is, a church's windows or a church's particular details that aren't part of it is missing the point. So the Historic Commission vetted the original needs of the First Parish Church to separate what was the new part of the church needs with the old building. And we support this 100%. And I'm here for any other further questions on that.
At the microphone to my left.
Gloria Miller, 14 Hutchins Way. I will preface my comments by saying I'm not a member of this congregation or any congregation. But this isn't a question of church and state. This is a question of what we value as a town and as a community, and historical preservation is something we value. First Parish Church is embedded in the history of this town, and as a modern institution, I have found it to be an incredibly welcoming, generous, and community-focused organization. I have attended many, many community events in First Parish Church. They're incredibly generous with the use of their space. Many people who are not part of the congregation do attend many events there. They're currently hosting the donation box for J.B. Fletcher Library while J.B. Fletcher is displaced. This is absolutely a historic building that needs to be preserved and an organization that should be supported by the community. Thank you.
At the center microphone.
Marianne Seraphin, 12 Sweets Crossing. I serve as the president of the Friends of the J.B. Fletcher Library, an independent 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's been around for more than 50 years. We raise money for the library, and our biggest fundraisers are book sales. The library construction project required us to find a temporary home, but our needs were pretty extensive and pretty specific. None of the locations that we visited around town were big enough or flexible enough, or were simply too expensive. Enter First Parish Church. The First Parish Church has been an exemplary neighbor to us. They have allowed us to move into the basement of the church for the duration of the library construction project. We can continue to accept and process book donations, and as Gloria pointed out, they allowed us to even bring our book donation bin into the church for the wintertime because the outside was too treacherous with ice. And we are able to hold our book sales in the church. Our next one, mark your calendars, May 1, 2, and 3. They have graciously kept our monthly rental fee low, allowing us to continue to raise money for the library. Logistically, the First Parish Church has been a godsend, no pun intended. We can keep all of our operations centrally located in one place to better serve our patrons, and we are eternally grateful. First Parish Church is an incredible resource on Westford Common. We are just one of many dozens of organizations that are the beneficiary of their generosity. I extend the Friends' support of using community preservation funds to ensure the ongoing integrity of the building so that First Parish Church can continue to serve Westford for generations to come. Thank you.
At the microphone to my right.
Heather Fitzpatrick, Shannon Circle. I can appreciate the history of the church and I can appreciate that it helps within the community, but I recently read an article on WestfordCAT where the church co-sponsors some events with the Democratic committee in town, and so that makes the church very partisan as well, and I'm not sure that's equal, so unfortunately, therefore, I won't be able to support this.
And at the microphone to my left.
Rob Haney, 16 Monadnock Drive. Every town, in order to get a charter, had to have a church. That's why there's so many congregational churches and Unitarian churches on town commons. You didn't have a choice. You wanted to be and by the way, most people belong to those churches. But that all changed. We had a revolution, and probably it became codified around the time of the Civil War, and there is a separation between church and state. I go to a church outside of Westford. It's maybe not quite as old, but pretty old. And we applied for a grant like this, and we were turned down. So, and the reason primarily was because members of the community weren't members of our church, and they cited a separation between church and state. So that's a very real question. If there's an opinion from legal counsel that says that's been resolved, on this issue, I'd like to hear it.
All right, we have counsel here who can answer that question. We have counsel here who can answer that question. Greg Corbo, Town Council.
Hi, everyone. Through you, Madam Moderator. So this question has been answered. While there is the doctrine of separation in church and state, CPA funds can be used for historical purposes to renovate buildings that also happen to be churches. So what the court would examine if this were challenged is, what is the predominant purpose of the grant? Is the predominant purpose of the grant to aid in religious services, or is the predominant purpose of the grant to aid the public in preserving a historic resource? So what you've heard here from many people is that, this is the original building of the town. So it's not only historically significant, but you've also heard that they open their doors to many community secular events that have nothing to do with their religious services. And so for that reason, it is my opinion that expending CPA funds on this building is a permissible use of those funds.
Thank you, Greg. At the center microphone, John.
John Fercucci, 115 Cold Spring Road. I am a member of the congregation. What we're doing here today took place in that building as a meeting house for many years, and it really is an integral part of the political community, the democratic community of Westford. In addition, there are community groups almost every night in the hall at the church, the Boy Scouts and just dance groups and everything else. So it's wide open that way. The steeple is in very bad shape. That white church on our green is an integral part of the way we think of Westford, and if we don't do something, that steeple is going to come down. I don't think any of us want to see that. Also, the church made itself available. At one point, the Cameron Senior Center renovations were going to be looking for a temporary site for some of the activities for the seniors, and the church offered to make itself the downstairs meeting area available for use by the Cameron Senior Center during those renovations. It turned out not to be needed and in the plan, but it was there for the town for that reason. So I would say it's inextricably linked to us, members of the community, even those of us who are not members of the congregation, and again, the community is there almost every day participating in some way.
I'm going to take the people at the microphone and then we're going to vote. So the microphone to my left. Maybe I lost track here. No, you can't run up there. Oh, okay. All right, they were sitting down. I thought they just ran up when I said that.
Okay. Hello, I'm Ben Anderson, 11 Woods Pond Drive, and I'm a member of Troop 159 Boy Scouts. I'm only 16, so may I still have permission to speak?
Okay, let's take a quick vote. Should we give this young man permission to speak? He's not a registered voter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Go ahead.
So Troop 159 has always been a part of FPCU because they allow us to stay there, and a lot of other organizations too. The FPCU also hosts the Strawberry Festival and other festival-related activities, such as the pancake breakfast before the apple blossom, which has always been it has always been a town event, which I know many of you have come to. And without FPCU, none of this would be possible. Additionally, the steeple is the first thing that many people see when they enter the town commons. And without this passing, we can't have any of that. So, vote yes.
Thank you. The microphone to my right.
Wendy Gloyd, 16 Pleasant Street. Also want to mention that the First Parish Church is accessible for members of our community who require wheelchair assistance, walkers, other types of assistance devices, or have low vision. Those offerings and that availability is not happening at Road and Bush currently. So a lot of the groups that we have that meet in town, like the sociability group of youth socials that are organized with the Commission on Disability. Also, the LGBTQ support groups are held weekly. AA groups are held in that instance. So I just want to mention a bunch of the other secular groups that are being served by this. I'm on their website, and it mentions a grief group, yoga, 4-H meets there, the Scout troops, the Girl Scout troops, and the Senior Center often have lunches there because of the space and the accessibility. So it is an important part of our town.
Thank you. At the center microphone.
Joe Mario, 10 Crest Drive. I'm not a member of the FPCU, but I have been an active member of the Boy Scout troop it sponsors for the last 25 years that I've been part of. And I can't think of a more welcoming organization that hosts community projects, hosts community groups in town. So I strongly encourage supporting this.
Thank you. Kathy?
Kathy Ricketson, 5 Westford Hills Road. Just to clarify, the Westford Democratic Town Committee does not meet at the FPCU. Thank you.
At the microphone to my right.
Hi, my name is Marco Layler, 105 Concord Road. I am a member of the First Parish Church United, and even in its name, it's universalist, it's united, it's welcoming of all religious persuasions. That's something I'm proud of being a part of it for. I also wear the hat of chair of the Agricultural Commission, and on numerous occasions we have used the First Parish offices. They're welcoming to my understanding of all denominations, both religious, secular, Democrat, Republican, Green Party, Libertarian. Everyone's welcome at the First Parish. And they've been doing this service for 300 years. It used to be where the Westford Academy high school graduation took place and all other kinds of events throughout that 300 years. A very valuable resource in our town. So I encourage you to vote yes on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
After hearing the foregoing,
you need to get closer to the microphone.
After hearing the foregoing, I probably would, there's a phrase about carrying coals to Newcastle. I think that most people, if you think about it, will realize that this committee or this meeting ground was, in the past, probably the wise ones who decided to put in the elevators, which made the church very accessible. I should acknowledge that I have recently started going there, and I found the people very friendly. But I already knew that from my daughter, who's now 38, was a Girl Scout there, and they've always been open to helping the young, the old, the handicapped, such as perhaps me. And I think that what people have to remember is, in a sense of history, you really are getting your reward every day. If you fix that bell, you fix the mechanism that rings it, you get your return on this. And to me, this is the most obvious thing. A slate roof, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it should be metal. But this thing should be something you support. And if you don't, I have to say, I will never understand you. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry. Could you give us your name and address again so that we can call you up?
So, to get into this meeting, I had to admit to be on your rolls. H. James Pollock. I am, in fact, Herbert James Pollock, son of Herbert Chermside Pollock. You now know why I go by my middle name. And so I feel as if it doesn't really matter who I am, but I live at 11 Stratton Hill Road. My mailbox is marked. You may leave your bombs or other things there. But I feel as if this is a wonderful town to live in, and it will be much more wonderful if we can restore more of its history, which I'm only now as I get older, able to appreciate better. When I was raising a family, I hadn't the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Let's take the vote. We'll use our clickers for this. If you want to vote in favor of the project, you'll vote yes. That's the green 1A button. Wait until I say vote. And if you want to vote no, you'll use the red button. Voting is open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Okay. The motion passes 284 yes to 54 no. Okay, I think you're getting a little hangry, or maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm getting hangry. So let's break for lunch, and we'll be back in a half hour. So let's say 1:30 or so. Yeah. Thank you. Lunch is for sale in the cafeteria. There are sandwiches and I believe pizza and drinks. Feel free to go in there and get your lunch.